morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you to enter the room? Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to enter the room? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Can you please enter the plenary hall and take your seats? Dear Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May I please ask you to take your seats? The Congress is about to start. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to please take your seats. Day 2 of the Congress is set to begin. I really hope you had a pleasant night and a good dinner yesterday. And it's also a great pleasure to welcome you back for the second and final plenary session of the EPP's Rotterdam Congress. Het wordt vandaag een hele boeiende dag. We zullen stemmen over ons congresdocument en over de resoluties en verkiezen ook een nieuw EVP-presidentium. En we hebben ook een hele reeks belangrijke sprekers. Onze voormalige minister-president Jan-Peter Balkenende. De voorzitters, ja, u mag er best even voor applaudisseren. Heel goed. De voorzitters van de Europese Commissie en het Europees Parlement, onze staatshoofden en regeringsleiders en uiteraard onze nieuwe EVP-voorzitter. De stemming voor het nieuwe EVP-presidentium, penningmeester en secretaris-generaal, is al geopend en u kunt nog stemmen tot 11:15. En de stemlokalen die bevinden zich in de hal hiernaast, vlak bij de Dutch Experience. Ladies and gentlemen, today is an exciting day. We will vote on our Congress document and resolutions and on our new EPP presidency, Treasurer and Secretary General. And we will hear from former Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Jan-Peter Balkenende, from our EPP leaders of EU institutions, including the Presidents of the European Parliament and European Commission, from our heads of state and government, and from our new EPP president. Dear delegates, voting for the EPP presidency has already begun and will continue until 11:45 in the voting area just outside this plenary hall. And be sure to keep sharing with our EPP family your thoughts and pictures using the hashtags EPP Rotterdam and We Stand with Democracy. Dear guests, it is a privilege now to welcome to the stage from the Christen Democratisch Appel, or CDA, the former Prime Minister of the Netherlands. And I want to tell you one thing. In a way, he inspired me to do the things I'm doing now in the Dutch Parliament, fighting for the rights of people with disabilities, fighting for equality of all people. Give him a warm welcome, Jan Peter Balkenende.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, dear EPP friends, good morning. It's my great pleasure to welcome you at the second day of the EPP Congress. We already had a fantastic day yesterday. It is remarkable what EPP and CDA have achieved together in organizing this Congress. And it's great to see you all here again. I would like to open this day by taking you back in history. It is an inspiring fact that the crisis of the past 2 decades have not weakened Europe, but rather brought the individual states closer together. Much has happened in recent years. Brexit, COVID-19, Ukraine. Time and again, the conclusion in Europe was and has been, we need each other. Europe is a community. The unity of European countries around Brexit, coordination during COVID-19, and economic and ecological strengthening, RRF, Green Deal, are proof of that. And if Russia wanted to break up European countries by the so-called military operation, Russia has completely failed. Europe is more united than ever, and this has to be continued. However, as a result of this brutal war, the Ukrainian people are suffering, and our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine. What we heard and saw yesterday was moving, impressive and overwhelming. Crises have united Europe. However, that's not all. The various crises also expose challenges. And therefore, in the words of Economics Nobel Prize winner Jean Tirole in his book Economics for the Common Good from 2016, Europe once again needs a long-term vision. We must rehabilitate the European ideal and remain united around it. This long-term vision will have to be shaped by the awareness that Europe is a community of values. Values that form the core of Christian democratic politics: solidarity, responsibility, stewardship, subsidiarity, justice. Values that find their foundation in universal human dignity. Politics is about doing justice. Perhaps these times call for us to rediscover and live these values anew. It is remarkable how many moral perspectives are at play in the world of today and tomorrow. The core idea behind the Sustainable Development Goals is leave no one behind. And Laudato Si refers to our planet as our common home and underlines the care for the creation. Our times are yearning for this value-driven policy. Societies are ready for it. Politics must now show moral leadership. Looking at the developments in context, one notices the importance of long-term vision, the European ideal, and to remain united. From that perspective, I see 3 central guidelines. 1. A Europe that serves the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, the SDGs. 2. Europe as a source of inspiration for new connections between economic, social and ecological development. And 3. Europe as an advocate of values. May I ask you, do you agree with these 3 points? Are you happy with it? Shall we do it in this way? Yeah. This was the moment of interaction in my speech. The first point, Europe to serve the SDGs. If we want to secure the future of generations to come and our planet and act in a truly sustainable way, we have no choice but to strongly implement the SDGs. In a world of advancing autocrats and democracies in confusion, a global agenda is needed that connects countries, businesses, NGOs, knowledge institutions and people. The SDGs offer this agenda, summarized as leave no one behind, improve the quality of life for everyone, and take care of our planet. Europe has much to offer to drive this agenda forward. Show results, as former European Council President Herman van Rompuy said, and convince people. Realize reforms and speed up processes of decision making. And acting in this way can also increase Europe's geopolitical weight. Konrad Adenauer once said, "We all live under the same sky, but we don't all have the same horizon." The challenges facing the global community require precisely that. A common perspective, a common agenda, and moral leadership. And Europe has a great responsibility here. This brings me to my second point. Europe as a source of inspiration for new connections between economic, social and ecological development. Worldwide, a debate has emerged on the recalibration of existing economic systems, stakeholder capitalism, moral capitalism, responsible capitalism. In each case, it is about thinking more in the long term, doing justice to all stakeholders and not just the shareholders, and a considerably better balance between economic, social and ecological interests. Values over profits. The climate crisis is forcing us to face the facts. The resource issue could have immense consequences. Concerns about increasing inequality are growing rapidly, and the consequences could be disastrous. Rhinelandic thinking, the idea of a social and ecological market economy and more trust and cooperation offers the prospect for a better future for all. But this only works if real steps are taken. Europe can and must make the difference here. One of my favorite books is Why Nations Fail of Atsumogen Robertson, professor from Harvard and MIT. And they pointed out that if you want to be successful as a country, it's always about innovation. Sometimes you have to stop activities, it's about the rule of law, and it is about having inclusive institutions, meaning that people must be able to share in the revenues of economic well-being. I think this is a key message. We can learn from that. My third point, Europe as an advocate of values. We have become used to developments being dominated by power, geopolitical strength, self-interest, dominance of nation states, autocracy and political division. The great danger then is that the moral dimension of social issues will be out of sight. In many places, reference is made to the importance of values, purpose, the DNA of organizations, answering the why question beyond the bare how or what. And should this not also apply to political and geopolitical issues? Europe can play a major and stimulating role in all these areas. In quite a few countries, an atmosphere is beginning to emerge in which human rights and democratic and constitutional rules are dismissed as Western values, and we know better. And that brings me to the conclusion. The world is a lot at stake in today's world. Achieving the SDGs, responsible socio-environmental and economic development, and global values call for new creativity from Europe. Europe is in fact stronger than we often realize. The EPP has become power politically defensive in several countries. Recovery of positions will first have to be realized through the line of content. If the EPP put its own values and principles first, there's a world to be won. The EPP must have the will to inspire, to innovate and to implement. Get off the defensive and move forward with passion based on our own sense of values. Opposite geopolitical power struggles and divisions, leave no one behind in our common home. To rehabilitate the European ideal and reposition the EPP are essential. Much could be accomplished if we would realize the commandment, love your neighbor or love your neighbor as yourself, with the mindset to serve the other. If we want a better world and overcome geopolitical tensions, Europe is key. If Europe wants to act in a meaningful way, and Manfred Weber made great remarks about this yesterday, the EPP is key. And if the EPP wants to act in a really meaningful way, values are key. So, much to do, much to gain. Let's go to work. Thank you for your attention.
Dear guests, now it's time to vote on our 2022 EPP Rotterdam Congress document and resolutions. Here to tell us more, once again, is EPP Vice President and EPP Group in the European Parliament, Vice Chair Esther de Lange, and EPP Deputy Secretary General Christian Kremer. Give them a big welcome.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is now time to vote on our draft Congress paper, the 9 draft ordinary resolutions, as well as the 6 draft emergency resolutions that have been handed in. Please have all the respective documents ready and on the screen of your device so we can proceed in an organized way. We will start now with our draft Congress paper, the Europe we want to build. And as you know, this is an update of the EPP platform adopted in 2012. An update to take into account new challenges, such as the pandemic, the financial and economic crisis, migration, climate change, Brexit, of course, into a new, renewed EPP perspective. Because only a strong Europe can tackle such challenges. And this means, for us in the EPP, of course, a political system that guarantees our fundamental values. The rule of law, free and fair elections, strong and independent institutions, free and unrestricted media, rejection of all forms of corruption, and an unhindered civil society. And of course, there is no union without the citizens. To strengthen democracy and accountability at European level, we of course want to reinforce the Spitzenkandidaten system. Europe, I struggle, I overcome. This is the title of the late EPP President Wilfried Martens' memoirs. And how fitting that we are remembering Wilfried Martens in a city whose motto is stronger through struggle. I think it fits. It has never been truer than during the pandemic. Health emergencies clearly are no longer a figment of science fiction, and we need to be prepared for a future one. We also need to help people to bounce back from unemployment and to re-enter the labour market. We are facing global challenges, calling for the EU to be a stronger global actor. Multilateralism and solidarity of democrats together with other liberal democracies around the world will be instrumental. We need to build a global alliance of democracies. The EU can remain and can become a leading global power if we improve our decision-making process, replacing the unanimity principle by qualified majority voting. The EPP is the party providing solutions for the problems that we face. We are now, dear friends, going through the amendments that are put to our Congress documents. I first of all would like to see if there is any request for oral interventions in general. I think that is not the case. So that allows me to go straight to the amendments that are put to our Congress paper. Starting, dear friends, with the first amendment in line 213, which is by the EUCDW, to add the EU needs a more effective process of decision-making, enabling Europe to focus on delivering and reconnecting with its citizens. This can include treaty changes. I think this is an amendment that is very to the point. It has been one of the key issues for us also in the conference on the future of Europe. Let me see if there's any request to comment on this amendment, and of course, who else than Elmar Brok on behalf of EUCDW. Elmar, the floor is yours, if we can see him. There's a microphone here, number 2, a microphone on that side, number 1. I cannot see Elmar. He's not the kind of person I would overlook, I think. So let me maybe simply put this amendment to the vote then. No? I think the amendment speaks for itself. Again, it's a short addition to say that the EU needs to be more effective in its decision making, enabling Europe to focus on delivering and reconnecting with its citizens. And this is the main point, this can include treaty changes. So can I ask you to indicate whether you are in favor of this amendment? Those of you in favor. Those of you who would be against. Any abstentions? Which would make this amendment clearly adopted. So thank you very much, and we can move on. We can move on to the next amendment. Again, coming from our friends from EUCDW in line 469. And again, it's an addition which you can see in front of you on the screen. So I will not read it out to you in full. You can pretty well see it in front of you. Again, we would have Luc van den Brande normally.
Yes. Here.
Oh yes, microphone 1. Okay. All yours.
Thank you, dear President, dear friends. I want to remind Article 3 of the Treaty of Lisbon, where in fact 3 goals are the aims of our Union. A Union based on a highly competitive social market economy, going for full employment and social progress, and a high level of protection of the environment. As we know, we as the EPP family, we want to protect, to secure and empower people. And the Congress text is going in the right way, but there is in fact on the social union, I think that the text is lagging. And this is the reason why we introduced this amendment. And I have to question you, dear friends, do we leave the social union to the socialists? The answer is no. Do we think that people trust the liberals to go for a social union? I'm convinced that the answer is no. But the question is to know what we want as a family. And I think that we want to embrace the social pillar. It is, as we all know, our social pillar, introduced in the past period. And this is the reason why I believe that we have to go for competitive future of Europe, but at the same time to go for a strong social union. And I believe that there is a strong need to articulate it in a better way in the Congress document. And I think the 2 coins, the 1 coin with the 2 sides of the same coin, this is our common future we want to fight for. And I strongly advise you and may ask you to identify our family with the social dimension of our union as well. Thank you.
thank you very much to Luc van den Brande. Don't leave the social, don't leave care to only the socialist. And of course the amendment in particular asks attention for vulnerable social groups such as the long-term unemployed, the elderly, persons with disabilities and the homeless. And Luc, I have to tell you, my first working experience in Brussels was working for organizations that worked for the homeless, so that has a special place in my heart. I see no further requests for the floor, so I will put this second amendment to the vote. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? Any abstentions? Which would have this amendment carried with pretty much the same majority. Thank you very much and congratulations. We can move on to the third amendment, EUCDW. Again an addition, now in line 521. Besides looking at the challenges regarding immigration, we should also make sure that no race to the bottom will occur in the EU itself, due to the intra-EU mobility of workers. The establishment of the ELA, for those of you who don't know, the European Labour Authority, has been an important step in this regard. But we should remain vigilant when fighting and monitoring abuses in the European labour market, both to protect all EU workers, but also to maintain support. Let me see who would like to have the floor. Nobody, so I will put it to the vote straight away. May I ask you to indicate whether you're in favor of this amendment? Those of you in favor? Those against? Any abstentions? The amendment is carried. Thank you. Then we can go to the fourth amendment put forward. And that's a deletion on behalf of YEP, to delete in line 545 the words "and at the same time fight against hate speech." Let me check if there's anyone requesting the floor on this one. Also not, so let me put it to the vote. Those of you in favor of this YEP amendment? Those of you against?
It was in favor.
Any abstentions?
Counting? Okay, he's counting. Maybe we have to...
Okay, I have to run that vote again because people are counting. I think there was a majority in favor, but we don't want any glitches and we want to be sure. Therefore, I will ask you to take this vote again on YEP Amendment 4 in line 545. Those of you who are in favor of this amendment?
I'm sure that's a majority. On the right there was quite a lot of units.
Those of you against?
No, it's only there. Huh?
Yeah.
It was a majority also.
Any abstentions? It was pretty clear for where I'm standing. Okay, but I just want to have that confirmed. That amendment is carried. Congratulations and thank you very much. Let's move on to the fifth amendment put forward in line 684, EUCDW, another addition. Businesses have a vital position when it comes to trade. Strong due diligence legislation, coupled with EU trade deals that are more ambitious on human rights, on human and environmental rights and their enforceability, should make sure our trade, economic prosperity and sustainability are secured for future generations. No request formally, I think, for the floor, so I will put the amendment to the vote straight away. Can I see your votes in favor, please? Those against? Okay. Right, I can see that you're still counting, but it's pretty clear the amendment is carried. Thank you very much, and congratulations. We move on to the next one, which is in line 750. And there we have a replacement, so bear with me for a second. The original text reads, would only make sense, so we're on the issue of enlargement and Turkey here. The original text that reads, would only make sense if Turkey changed course on regional stability and democratic values. Only those countries that respect the political, economic and institutional criteria of Copenhagen may become and remain members of our union. To replace that entire section with does not make sense anymore and they must come to an end. Let me see if there's any requests for the floor. There are no formal requests for the floor, although this is politically a hotly debated topic, I am quite sure. If there are no requests for the floor, I will put it straight to the vote. Therefore, on this issue, let me see, please, your votes in favor of this change of the text. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? That's narrow.
Romanians are pushing for a remark on Schengen, but we cannot accept
No.
the text. Prime Minister is furious, but there are thousands of opportunities.
Okay, I'm looking at the organization because this one seems rather tight, and it seems tight because not all of you are voting. Let me see if on the numbers, formally, I still need to ask you if there's any abstentions. A couple of abstentions in the back over there. Let me just check the numbers here because I want to be sure. The last one. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you for bearing with us for a moment while those calculations were going on. So the results are in on the sixth amendment. It has been carried. Christian, it's carried. Yeah, it's carried, right? He said carried. Yeah. Yes, I just needed to double check because, ladies and gentlemen, this is quite a fundamental change of the paper. There were only a limited number of people actually voting this morning, so may I use this opportunity to remind you to please use your voting rights. No, it was clear the amendment is carried with 52 votes in favor and 36 against. And I move to the next amendment, and the final one on the Congress document. That is by Yap in line 8 131, which is to replace, but the trust necessary for a comprehensive partnership will have to be rebuilt with the following wording: but under current circumstances and lack of trust, it is not possible to have a comprehensive partnership with China. So again, just like on the issue of Turkey, where the Congress document was more diplomatic, there is now a proposal from JEP to make the language a bit more clear, let's put it that way, or harsh or direct. Do we have a request for the floor? We have no request for the floor on that one, so I will put it to the vote immediately. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? That is, I think, very clear. The amendment is carried. Thank you very much. This means now, ladies and gentlemen, that we can vote on the Congress document as amended. Can I ask all of you in favor to raise their cards or hands? And those of you against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank, of course, as head of Working Group 1, having been involved with many of you in the preparation of this document, I would like to thank all of you who have been involved in what was really weeks and months, even over a year of work. So thank you very much, and we can now proceed to the draft ordinary resolutions. So I will not give you an overview. You know what they are. I know you have read them all. I will simply start with draft ordinary resolution number 1, which was tabled by the EPP and which deals with the important topic of future relations between Switzerland and the EU. And there, of course, I can give the floor to my dear colleague and friend, Lucas Mandel. Lucas, I think microphone number 2 is for you.
Prime Minister Romania. Thank you, Ista, very much. Dear colleagues, European People's Party always carried an inclusive approach, I would say, and this must also be true for our relations of EU and Switzerland. We are taking care of Europe in its entirety, not only for the European Union, and we are very much looking to the future in a sustainable way. Sustainability means a lot to us. This is why, of course, we have to solve the issues of the day. We have to solve the issues which were between Switzerland and the EU last year and still remain in some respect technically between Switzerland and the EU. But there is so much to achieve, there is so much to win, there are so many possible win-win scenarios between EU and Switzerland, which we define in our resolution, which we will vote on today, and which will mean a lot. Not only sister parties within our European Union, but also our sister party in Switzerland. Die Mitte has contributed a lot to this resolution, especially our dear colleague Elisabeth Schneider-Schneider. I thank everybody who contributed to this resolution during the negotiations for creativity and innovative input for it, and I look forward to a good positive approach of EPP with today's resolution.
Thank you very much, Lucas. I think there's no further request for the floor, so we can bring this draft ordinary resolution number 1 to a vote. Those of you in favor? And those of you against? Any abstentions? That one is carried. Thank you very much. We can move to the second draft ordinary resolution then, tabled by EU-CDW, dealing with increased workers' participation and democracy at work. I understand that there's no requests to take the floor, so those colleagues who've read the documents, please indicate. Those of you in favor supporting this resolution. Those of you against? All right, pretty clear. Those of you who want to abstain, for the record? No? Then this one is carried as well. Congratulations to EU-CDW. And we move to the next draft resolution, number 3, rebuilding transatlantic relations through building relationship. YEP calls for an EU-US youth and academic exchange. Also no request for the floor, so I put it to the vote. Oh, there is. Where are you?
Here I am.
Microphone number 1, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Just very briefly, I think in the past couple of hours we have experienced how important real-life contact is to build relationships and to just simply understand the world a little bit better and have a good time. So this is exactly the spirit that we want to bring forward with this resolution. We call for a, so to speak, transatlantic Erasmus. We want to give more young leaders of tomorrow the chance to experience each other's lifestyle, make the European way of life open and showcase it to American pupils and experience the American way of life, vice versa. We think that in times of rising popularization, it's super important to think like long-term and rebuild our transatlantic relationships on that micro level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think procedurally you forgot to register. This is why I didn't have your name, but no problem whatsoever. I'm happy that on behalf of YEP you could explain the reasoning behind this resolution. I will immediately take it to the vote. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? Any abstentions? Congratulations to YEP. That was very broadly supported and is therefore adopted. We move to the fourth draft resolution, a forceful, immediate initiative for a united, free and democratic world via a new trade agreement. Again, officially I didn't have any requests for the floor. I see nobody. Yeah, okay, there you are again. The floor is yours.
There I am again. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We want to support transatlantic relations on a micro level. That's also, as we know, trade is our future on a macro level, countering the Pacific Trade Agreement under Chinese leadership. So please also support us in this to make a more systemic change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, that takes me straight to the vote. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? Any abstentions? Another broad majority for YEP. Congratulations, and we move to the fifth draft ordinary resolution, again tabled by YEP. So I'm just wondering if I'm going to see the same representative of YEP. No, I get somebody else, but the floor is yours. Micro 1.
One moment. We
all care a lot about intergenerational fairness, but yet there are no certain measures that prove that we have intergenerational fairness. So in this resolution we call for a committee for the future, so that there are, that we can see the trends in the future and also act on behalf of the future generation. And the second thing that we also want is an ombudsman, an ombudsperson, a European one, to ensure that the young voice is heard, and also in regards of policy making. So we would also like to get the support on this resolution. Thanks.
Thank you very much for being straight to the point and clear as well. Of course, the issue of intergenerational solidarity is an issue that is close to our hearts in the EPP. I see I have the request for the floor, and I think it's Sarah Skyttedal, but Sarah, you're far away from me. I think it's you, right? Microphone one. Good.
Thank you very much. And dear delegates, I'm here actually to speak against this resolution, in spite of being both a former vice president of YEP and also one of the delegates to the plenary of the Conference of the Future of Europe. Of course, tomorrow is a priority for today, but I believe the conclusions in this resolution is not really the right way to address all of these, of course, very important issues. I believe that we do not need yet another official body in the European Union, another authority to address these issues. And I think to create a standing committee for the future is just going to send the signal that we're very far from the reality of young people, and this is not something that will solve these problems. So I will urge you to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we've heard a speaker in favor, a speaker against on the issue of intergenerational solidarity, which is of course closely linked to the issue of demographic challenges we have in Europe, which I know is an issue that is very close to the heart of our Commissioner Dubravka Šuica. And we will continue work on this issue, I'm quite sure, also in the future. It's up to you now, delegates, to decide whether this particular resolution will get adopted. Can I see those of you in favor? Good. Yeah, this might take a bit longer because this one we're counting. So we're counting the ones in favor for the moment. Those of you against? Okay. From where I'm standing, it seems pretty clear, but I will let the counters do their work. Are there any abstentions? Okay. Okay. Just to inform you that we're now adding up the results of the counters on draft resolution number 5 on intergenerational solidarity. Oh, I was just going to say that I was impressed by the calculation skills that I was seeing in front of me, but now the calculator comes out. So we just want to be absolutely sure that the numbers are added up correctly. Can you get the paper? So. Okay, there we go. So the results of the vote on draft ordinary resolution number 5 are as follows. Those of you who voted in favor, 57. Those against, 80. 23 abstentions. So this resolution is not carried. And we move on to the next one. Draft resolution number 6, tabled by DISY, our Cypriot member party, and there, of course, indeed, microphone number 2, I think, is at your disposal to explain. By the way, it's good to see you again. The floor is yours.
On behalf of the Democratic Rally in Cyprus, we thank the EPP for its constant support. We have all condemned the Russian invasion in Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. It's more than an attack on Ukraine. It's an attack on every free country's right to decide its own future. Dear friends, unfortunately as Cypriots, we know firsthand what war and being refugees means. And we are experiencing the tragic consequences of war and of the illegal occupation by Turkey for the last 48 years. With this resolution, we ask you to support the efforts of President Anastasiadis for the resumption of the negotiations, encouraged by the confidence-building measures. In addition, we ask you to condemn the illegal Turkish actions to further reopening the fenced-off area of Varosha and the unacceptable Turkish position to create 2 states in Cyprus. I would like to thank you for your support to this resolution and to our party's and our country's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's immediately take this draft resolution. Microphone number 2.
Hello, Rafi Hovhannisyan of the Heritage Party, Armenia. As the only opportunity for Armenia to address this plenary session, we'd like to congratulate the new leadership of the party and thank the CDA for the kind arrangements. We rise in support of this resolution because the EPP is standing with European values and civilization against the use of force, whether in Ukraine and in this case Turkish occupation and invasion in Cyprus. This should be the case everywhere where European values and civilization are under attack, including the Turkish and Azerbaijani invasion and occupation in Armenia and in Mountainous Karabakh. But in addition to European values and civilization, this resolution offers a diplomatic solution, a political solution, and ultimately that is where the EPP should be as well. And finally, as we struggle, the bitter struggle, fight the fight for justice in Ukraine, in Russia, in Georgia, in Moldova, in Cyprus, in Armenia and Mountainous Karabakh, we must remember that glory is not for a party in the totalitarian past or for any nation individually taken, but especially for the EPP should know, glory is to God alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A contribution in support of this draft resolution number 6. I see no further requests for the floor. Let's take the vote. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? Any abstentions? That is clearly carried. Congratulations. Let's move to draft resolution number 7, tabled by the EPP presidency. Oh, sorry.
the importance of real-time contact, but the real-time contact at the back of the room is too loud to hear the debate. And this is our main thing to debate about the resolutions you made yourself. So please, if you want to have conversations, get out of the room so that we can continue here.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. The noise level just went down a bit in the back of the room. Let's see if we can keep it that way. That allows us then indeed to go to draft resolution number 7, tabled by the Presidency, on the issue of the EPP leading the sustainable transition towards a climate neutral future. This one is slightly longer than the others, and it was developed by the EPP expert group on climate change and energy. I could try to summarize it. Staff gave me about 15 bullets. I think I will spare you all these details. No, you did your work extremely well, but everyone has been able to read the important work that was done. I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of those involved in this expert group, because it's always very nice to have that as a basis of our work in the EPP party, and in my case also in the group. So thank you for all the work done. I'm checking if there's any interventions on this issue. No, there doesn't seem to be, so I put this resolution to a vote. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? Any abstentions? Dear friends, I wish that climate debates were that easy in the European Parliament, but they're not. At least we are very united on this issue and on the work done by our expert group. The resolution was carried. Thank you very much. We move to draft resolution number 8, also tabled by the Presidency, dealing with the title "For a Cyber Secure Europe." And of course, digitalization and technology are essential to Europe's economic and societal prosperity. We all know that. It can lead to many opportunities, such as revolutionizing healthcare, boosting productivity, and saving lives. But we also have to be paying attention to the context in which this digitalization takes place. So on this resolution number 8, I check if there's no. It looked like there was an intervention, but there is not. That allows me to take this immediately to a vote. Those of you in favor of the resolution on digitalization? Those of you against? Any abstentions? Clearly carried. Thank you very much. And then moving on to a very important topic, very close to my heart, not only as a politician but also as a mother. This is our last draft ordinary resolution, number 9. It deals with the horrific issue of child sexual exploitation and abuse online. This is, of course, a grave violation of children's fundamental rights, and the EPP supports the creation of an independent EU centre to combat and prevent child sexual abuse, and to do so, of course, across borders, since those actually committing this horrendous crime do not stop at borders. Are there any requests to intervene? If that is not the case, let me put this draft resolution number 9 to a vote. Those of you in favor? And those of you against? Any abstentions? That is, the abstentions are noted over there, but that is clearly carried. Thank you very much for your support on this important issue. Now, several things are happening here at the same time, which are a slight change to our program. I will take the Schengen now, right? I am very much aware of the fact that we closed off the discussion on the Congress document. However, there is a last-minute request that we would normally not, I'm looking at Christian, not be able to accommodate since the issue was not raised in time. However, I know that the issue of Schengen is of key importance, and the entry into Schengen is of key importance to a number of countries and a number of sister parties within the EPP. I would therefore like to accommodate the request to introduce one additional sentence into our Congress document. And the sentence would read as follows: Bulgaria, Croatia and Romania fulfill the necessary prerequisites to join the Schengen area and are still awaiting for the decision to join to be adopted within Council. Bulgaria's, Croatia's and Romania's place is within the Schengen area, especially now when we face many humanitarian and security challenges at the borders of the EU. That would be the sentence that was put forward by the President PNL from Romania. I know that this is very unorthodox and therefore I would like to give the opportunity to take the floor on this issue. The reason why we have decided to add it to the agenda is, of course, because of the pressure on the borders and the humanitarian situation that has been aggravated by the war in Ukraine. Let me see if there are any requests to take the floor on this issue. Yes, Siegfried, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The eastern member states of the European Union have proven again during recent weeks that they are in a position to secure external borders of the European Union and external borders of the Schengen area. They have herewith contributed significantly to the security and stability of the European Union as a whole. This is why the Bulgarian, the Croatian and the Romanian delegations together request the acceptance of these two sentences, which are factual and which would contribute to the security of the European Union as a whole, and they also reflect the positions of the European Parliament, of the European Commission, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Siegfried. Let me see if there's any wishes to further take the floor. If that is not the case, I will put this addition to the vote without wanting to create a precedent. I think I would really need to underline that. But again, Siegfried, let's have the vote on this issue now, which, dear friends, would then be in addition to the Congress document. Can I see those of you who are in favor? Those of you against? Any abstentions? That is carried. That is carried. Yes. Okay. Indeed. So, we now move to the very important issue of Ukraine. This is something that would normally have been on the agenda yesterday, but due to a lack of time it has been added today. It's draft emergency resolution number 1, united in solidarity with Ukraine. defending European values against Putin's war. This is a resolution that has been in the making now for a couple of weeks in our EPP working group on foreign policy, in our presidency, and then yesterday morning in the resolution committee. And of course it sends an extremely strong message to the people of Ukraine. The message that the EU and its member states have taken strong steps to impose costs on Russia, to provide political, economic and yes, also military support for Ukraine. The message that we cannot allow war crimes to be paid for with European money, but we must finally end our fossil fuel imports from and our energy dependence on Russia. The message also that the EU must lead and must coordinate with our partners a new Marshall Plan for Ukraine. I'm looking straight at my colleague Andrius Kubilius. Andre, I know you're working extremely hard on this issue. And most importantly of all, of course, this resolution sends the message to the Ukrainian people that the EU must grant Ukraine EU candidate status and start accession negotiations without delay. This, dear friends, must be our sign of support for the brave Ukrainian people defending our common European values. After all the work that was done in the preparation, we expected yesterday to take the vote by acclamation. I would in any case, now that we're in our ordinary session, still take the regular votes in favor. Those in favor of our Ukraine emergency resolution. Sorry, we have speakers. I was a bit too enthusiastic there. It might have to do with all the work we did on this extremely important issue. Formally, I have requests for the floor. Let's see if Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, our leading lady of Top 09, is with us in the room. Ah, there you are. Excellent. Microphone number 2 is yours. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you, Esther. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I want to recommend us to really vote for, because as coming from the Czech Republic, I know how sad the situation in Ukraine is. I really don't like to talk about values. I prefer to act according to them. I don't like to talk about support. I prefer to provide it. And I'm sure that we have to do everything possible to be able to really continue supporting Ukraine united and as strong as possible, because sometimes we can see people are getting tired from the situation of war. Maybe it seems to be some movie in the news for them, but there are people suffering, and we can imagine ourselves to freeze in trenches, how it must be. We can imagine ourselves to wait in the shelter with children for the text message from our husband if he is still alive. And I'm sure these stories which are happening right now, so close to us, to millions, our friends, are really something which have to move everybody of us. So please do our best, and I'm very proud of that EPP members are the leaders of the support and are acting according to the values, not only talking about them. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Markéta, and may I, on behalf of the leadership of the EPP party, also thank the Czech Republic for the enormous amount of support that you are providing both in your country and to the Ukraine. We see what you do, and it is highly appreciated. Thank you so much. I move to the next speaker. Michael Gahler has requested the floor. Michael, microphone number 2.
Very quickly, dear friends, and I'm first of all very grateful that we are so united on this issue. But I would like simply to address some arguments, perhaps for home consumption, for some colleagues.
Before you do that, Michael, let me just give me a minute to again address the social gathering in the back of the room. Dear friends, we applauded Ukraine and we applauded the brave heroism of those fighting for our values yesterday. We are now doing the maybe slightly more boring work of actually adopting our positions, our detailed position and our resolution. In this case, again, on Ukraine. Please allow this to take place, and if you want to chat, do it outside. There is excellent coffee, but when we're dealing with something as serious as people fighting in trenches for our values in Ukraine, I would like those that want to listen to the discussion to be able to do so. Thank you very much. And then the floor is for Michael.
Yes. Thank you once again. Let there be no doubt, we are on this issue in a systemic conflict with a dictatorial Russia. And that is the important point, the world is watching. The world is watching how the West is getting out of this conflict. Our friends in Latin America who are here, there are some from Africa who are here, and there are those from Asia. They are watching whether the West is backtracking once again, or whether the West is coming out stronger out of this conflict. And that is the argument why we need to support Ukraine, also not only for Ukraine's sake, but for our sake. And that means delivering the weapons, increasing the sanctions, and that is the political point now, the message, to make it very clear that the candidate status gets any question where the country belongs off the agenda before any negotiations between Ukraine and Russia start. Russia must be known after this war, when they come to terms with Ukraine, it is not an issue where the country belongs because it wants to belong to us, and we say, yes, you belong to us. And therefore we need to send this clear message on the candidate status especially, and that is my call also on our governments, and especially the EPP governments. It's not about tomorrow's accession, but it is about today's clear message. Ukraine belongs to us, wants to belong to us, and we accept that and want it and support them in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, also for the hard work you are doing on the issue in our group in the European Parliament. Let me put this important resolution to a vote. Those of you, dear colleagues, in favour? Those of you against? None. Any abstentions? None. So this resolution has been adopted unanimously. Thank you. I now move to draft emergency resolution number 2 by the ÖVP in Austria in support of Kosovo's visa liberalization process. Lucas Mandel, the floor is yours. And I'm going to ask you to be brief on this one, Lucas.
Thank you, Esther. I'll be brief. It's easy to tell. We are talking about unifying the free world, the political West. Here, Kosovo is clear, important to us. I thank Lumia Abdishiko and our colleagues from LDK and all colleagues all over Europe who have contributed to this resolution, which draws a clear picture on the wall that Kosovo is important, the Western Balkans are important when we talk about unifying Europe and contributing to the political West, and focuses on visa liberalization, which is long overdue. So we send a clear message from this EPP Party Congress to the small minority of member states governments in the Council who still block visa liberalization. Stop blocking that. Let's make visa liberalization for Kosovo happen as it is in place for all the other 5 Western Balkan countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. I think this is an issue I can put to the vote straight away. Those of you in favor of emergency resolution number 2? Yeah, we need to count here. Those of you against? All right, abstentions? It's carried. Congratulations to ÖVP. We move to draft emergency resolution number 3 by Partido Popular in Spain, dealing with the freedom of expression and press in Latin America. I see no request for the floor. It's a straightforward issue. Let's put it to the vote. Those of you in favor? And those of you who are against? Any abstentions? No, that is clearly carried. Let's move to draft emergency resolution number 4 by CDA in the Netherlands, dealing with the issue of a smart industrial strategy and made in Europe. You have to bear with me for a second because I need to inform you that the issue that is being dealt with in draft emergency resolution number 7, being put forward by Fine Gael, dealing with carbon removal solutions, that was a very short emergency resolution. It was decided yesterday in the resolution committee that that issue, number 7 from Fine Gael, could very well be incorporated into the draft emergency resolution number 4. So our suggestion is to integrate the issue addressed by a draft emergency resolution number 7 by Sean Kelly and Fine Gael, to put it into draft emergency resolution number 4. And the thus adjusted resolution number 4 is now put to a vote. So with the addition of resolution number 7. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? Any abstentions? Very broad support for this resolution put forward by CDA. Congratulations. We move to draft emergency resolution number 5 with the title Ban Lukashenko's Illegitimate Regime and Support the Belarusian People's Struggle for Freedom and Democracy, tabled by KDU, CSL and KDH. No further requests for the floor here. I think you've been able to read the text. I will go straight to the vote. Those of you in favor? Those of you against? Any abstentions? Very broadly supported. That resolution is carried. Then we move to the next draft emergency resolution, the one number 6, put forward by HDZ Croatia with the topic, this had a new title, Christian. Yes, the European perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think I can ask Davor Stier to take the floor on this issue. Microphone 1, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and dear colleagues, as we all are supporting, of course, Ukraine in this time, we should not forget about the Western Balkans, and we should not forget about Bosnia and Herzegovina and its European perspective. Why this urgency? Why this urgency? Because we have elections in October and we don't have yet an electoral law, and the European Court of Human Rights as well as the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina asked for a reform of the electoral law so that there is no discrimination, so that there is equality of all the constituent peoples and all the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So Bosnia and Herzegovina should have our support. The EPP has always been a force for the reform and for the European perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina, so I will ask you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and thanks to all of you who contributed yesterday on the final drafting of this resolution. It was a joint effort, and I now put the result to the vote. Those of you in favor? Those against? Any abstentions? Congratulations to HDZ, that was very broadly carried. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this session on all the resolutions and papers we had to vote. I do thank you very much for your attention, for the great cooperation. I would like in particular to thank Christian and Claudia. I know this was a lot of work, even last minute, for all their work done in our working group 1, and we can now move to the next issue on our agenda. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to vote on our updated EPP statutes. And here to explain is EPP Deputy Secretary General Luc van de Putte.
Good morning, everyone. We now come to a short chapter on the adaptation, the changes in our statutes. As you know, we use this Congress because the Congress has the sole power to amend our statutes. We use EPP Congresses to adapt our statutes to new provisions that are foreseen in the regulation on the financing of European political parties. Also some changes in the Belgian law on non-profit associations. Also to correct some small inconsistencies that in the course we found in our statutes, but also to introduce some more political provisions. All the amendments that we will propose to you today have been approved by the working group on the statutes that was chaired by Tono Lopez and myself in the course of last year, and have also been approved by our political assembly in September. The amendments that we would like to propose to you, we can categorize them in 3 blocks, 3 chapters, 3 parts: meeting procedures, some technical amendments, and then an amendment regarding the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions. Meeting procedures. Corona has taught us that, of course, teleconferencing has become the norm today, but we noticed that our statutes were not adapted. According to our statutes, we were not allowed to take any legal binding decisions in our political assemblies via video conferences. That's why, obviously, we would like to propose to allow the presidency, both the presidency and the political assembly, to allow to meet also in video conference format and also to take legal decisions. Another detail, but not non-important, today, in order to table a new agenda point on the agenda of the political assembly, we can do it on the spot, but it necessitates a 2/3 majority. The working group on statutes as well as the political assembly would like to change it and would like to put a deadline for the introduction of new points of the agenda now 3 days prior to the meeting. These are non-controversial amendments, proposals for amendments, so we think we would allow you, we would ask you, would you approve? Who is in favor of these amendments? Who is against? Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Second is pure technical amendments. If you use your statutes, you very often come across some things that we forgot in previous updates, and that is the case on Article 9 in our statutes, where we're talking about suspension and exclusion. We forgot to add the word substantion to the modalities for introduction of a request for suspension to the political assembly, and the same, the power of the political assembly, we should add suspension. The third amendment that we would like to propose here is a bit more political. As you know, after the passing away of our beloved past President Wilfried Martens. Together with the Faculty of Political Science at the Leuven University, we established a Wilfried Martens Fund. The Wilfried Martens Fund finances academic education and research activities on themes, on topics that were dear to Wilfried Martens during his European political career, such as EU's institutional architecture, its neighbourhood policy and the development of European parties and foundations. The Wilfried Martens Fund annually awards a thesis prize and also a scholarship. And we have been financially supporting with a lot of pleasure, with a lot of investment and interest into the Wilfried Martens Fund, but the European Parliament now asks us if we would be willing to continue these subventions, to give these subventions, that we officially recognize the Wilfried Martens Fund in our statutes as associated entity. I would like to put these three proposals to the vote. Who is in favor? Who is against? And abstentions. Then the third one is what I would call like to call a little bit of a more political amendment. You know how much we appreciate and value the work of our local and regional leaders. And we're so happy that the European Committee, that our EPP group in the European Committee of the Regions is in such en masse present here at our Congress, that we would like to tighten even more our cooperation and our bonds with them. By decision of the Political Assembly, we already increased their number of delegates in the Congress from 9 to 27, and I'm really happy and I'm really proud to say that all 27 delegates are here. I see at least that all 27 seats are taken, but we want to take it one step further. We would like to propose to you that after the approval of this amendment, that the President, in case he is of the EPP family, that the President of the Committee of the Regions becomes ex officio member of the EPP presidency. If we do not have the President of the Committee of the Regions, then the Chairman of the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions would become ex officio member of the EPP presidency. So either the President of the Committee of the Regions, or if it's not somebody from our family, the group leader, the chairman of the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions. A second amendment that we would like to propose: we increased their number of delegates in the Congress, but we would also like to increase their number of delegates in our political assembly. Currently 1, we would like to increase it to 3 delegates for the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions in our political assembly. For us, this is a sign, this is really a token of appreciation for the fantastic work our local and regional leaders do in carrying our flag, in carrying the flag of EPP, in getting the message across of EPP on the floor, on the day-to-day work. So if you would agree, I would like to propose to the vote this block of amendments to Article 11 and 15 of our statutes. Who is in favor? Who is against? Are there any abstentions? No. Okay, then this amendment is carried. Thank you very much, and it's now time for the next speaker.
Yeah, dear guests, it's good to hear who your favorites are. It's really good, really good. It's a privilege now to welcome the leader since 2004 of her party, Høyre, and the leader of the first ever center-right coalition to win re-election in her own country. Ladies and gentlemen, Norway's Prime Minister from 2013 until 2021. Give her a warm welcome, Erna Solberg.
Dear friends, it's a great pleasure to be here today, and it's good to see you all again in person. Even though we have returned to normal meetings, the circumstances are not normal at all. Russia's invasion in Ukraine is a violation of international law and a direct assault on the rule-based international order that underpins the cooperation across borders. And let there be no doubt, the terrible suffering we are witnessing from war is on our minds all the time. And our thoughts go to the brave Ukrainian people, to President Zelensky, who reminds us that democracy and freedom are worth standing up for. And it was a touching and moving moment yesterday. We are gathered here today, our countries and the EPP family have shown uncompromising support for Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. We are seeing rapid responses from all EPP member countries. Historic tough sanctions have been imposed on the Putin regime. Norway, together with many others, have donated military equipment to the Ukrainian forces. However, no matter how bravely the Ukrainians fight against Russian aggression, and regardless that the continued support we fellow Europeans contribute, there is no turning back. We cannot turn the clock back to February 23rd. Our continent is altered. We are facing a new future. 30 years of post-Cold War mindset must be revised. While under attack, Ukraine presented its formal application for EU membership. So did the neighbouring countries of Moldova and Georgia. As we speak, our Danish friends are going to the ballot boxes to vote on their defence opt-out. The EU has presented its new strategic compass, where, and I would like to remind you, even though we are not members, Norway is described as EU's most closely associated partner. And at the launch, the EU High Representative Josep Borrell said, Europe must quickly learn to speak the language of power. The compass will contribute to closer alignment and cooperation on matters of security and foreign policy in Europe. And each of us must follow up in our own countries. Many of us are from countries who are members of the NATO. Now Finland and Sweden have chosen to break decades of neutrality and in its bid to join our alliance. We should warmly welcome this move. First and foremost, because we support each country's right to choose its own alliances, but also because it will strengthen NATO. And unions and alliances are pacts of something deeper. They are expressions of deeply held and shared convictions on values among partners. Apart from the brutality and devastation in Ukraine, the Russian aggression has consequences for the entire world. And we must not forget that. We are seeing an energy crisis. Fuel and electricity are in short supply. We are facing a food crisis as crops stuck in the Ukrainian storages. Europe was prepared to move out of the pandemic to a more open, optimistic world, to work on how to build a competitive and greener Europe. Instead, we are facing new and formidable challenges. That's why it's so important that we show unity. that we continue to work on the long challenges like the climate change at the same time as we are working on making sure that our security and our competitiveness becomes better. That's why it's so important that we remember that those who will bear the burden of food crisis and energy supply problems is normal families. That's why we need to have a good policy for that. And that's also why we need to strengthen our collaboration and protect the values we hold so dear. Thank you.
Erna Solberg, thank you for your inspirational words. That was good. Good to hear. Is everybody fine? Yes? Okay, yeah. It's good to hear from you. Okay, because our next speaker is the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister in Belgium. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Christian Democratic and Flemish Party, or CD&V, here he is, Vincent van Petegem.
Dear friends, at this very moment, Russian military is committing war crimes. They are bombing schools and hospitals. But what exactly are the people in Ukraine fighting for? Why are normal citizens taking up weapons? Of course, for their territory, for their homes. But most importantly, for what they believe in. For freedom, for democracy, for the rule of law. And Putin is not only attacking Ukraine, he is also attacking our common values. And more than ever, it is those values that unite us. More than ever, it is those values that we should put in practice. So we need to show solidarity with Ukraine, with those men and women taking up their responsibility while risking their lives. We need to welcome their mothers, their families and children. We need to send them the help they need. But not just in Ukraine, also at home. Men and women are taking up responsibility in society. And it is in this sense of responsibility that unites us. That unites the EPP. The last decades we went from crisis to crisis. Through those crises, governments were saving banks, companies and the most vulnerable households. But the hard-working silent majority went through all of it without receiving much government support, without getting much of our attention. During the financial crisis, governments had to save banks with taxpayers' money. Afterwards, we got into a sovereign debt crisis. And again, governments had to impose tough austerity programs, which also demanded a lot from our citizens. And during the COVID crisis, we also focused on saving our economy, with again, massive government support. And all of this whilst normal families stayed home for months. They continued working in front of a laptop, sometimes with crying babies in the background, but without much extra support. They just took their responsibility. So let's not forget them, our middle class. Our teachers, our farmers, our nurses, our entrepreneurs, the people that make our society work. People that did not get enough of our attention over the last decade. Let's listen to them, because at this moment they are struggling. They are struggling with an increased cost of living. And whilst governments first of all focused on the most vulnerable in society, we now see that also the middle class do not longer escape this crisis. I see every day young, hard-working people struggling to find an affordable place to live, struggling to pay at the pump for their cars. Those people cannot afford electric cars. They need to pay expensive gas to drive to work. Those people cannot afford to live in the best isolated houses. Those people cannot afford to install heat pumps or solar panels. They are forced to skip other expenses in order to pay their energy bills. So we, the EPP, the European People's Party, we need to stand up for this middle class. We need to hear their struggles. We need to listen to them. And we need to show that we are hearing their concerns as well. We as EPP need to fight for those people. Let's show we are worth this fight. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I really agree every word you said. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to introduce the newly elected leader of his country's main opposition. The name of the party, Partido Popular. And hopefully soon, with the full support of the EPP family, the next Prime Minister of Spain, a beautiful name, Alberto Núñez Fijo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me. Thank you. I feel very proud to be here today and to take the floor at the EPP Congress. This is the most important political family in the European Union. I have three messages to share with you. Three messages from the Spanish PP. A message of stability, a message of hope, and a message of the future. The Spanish PP symbolizes stability. Stability in constitutional Spain. This stability that the current government is not capable of guaranteeing. The Spanish Popular Party represents the hope of many of our citizens who don't want to live in a country that has no direction. The PP is, therefore, the immediate future of Spain. Many of you have asked me over these past days about some economic issues, some social issues, institutional issues, and territorial issues that we're currently going through in Spain. And I'd like to give you a message of putting your minds at rest. We are here as an alternative for the Spanish people. I, of course, understand the concerns that you have because of the low level of execution of European funds. And I understand the concern because of the internal division and the weakness, the external weakness of my country. I also share the concern you have as regards NATO's position and the part of the Spanish executive and the lack of trust that our international partners have in us. I recognize your surprise for the high level of debt that we have in the Spanish economy. I understand your concerns because we are above the European average, and I also recognize that we, both inside and outside Spain, need to look at the reforms that have been announced by Brussels, particularly reforms on the future of pensions of our senior citizens, where we've made promises of structural changes which still haven't been implemented. But in the same breath as I say this to you, I also want to ask you to give us the trust that Spain deserves, because the level of trust that Spain deserves is much higher than the level of trust that the Spanish government deserves. There were almost 48 million Spaniards, Europeans who deserve the support and trust of the public institutions. The Spanish PP is not a Eurosceptic opposition, and we are not part of the government that doubts on the upholding of the transatlantic agreements. We are a party that brought the euro into Spain, and, dear friends, do not doubt that we continue to be the party that guarantees the upholding of the rules of the euro. We are prepared to govern, and we have experience. We have all of the ideals that we share with you. Just like other popular parties in Europe, we have clear ideas. We want to unite, not create disunity. We understand political action as an ongoing exercise of responsibility, not of frivolity. We are a party that has doors open. We do not exclude. And all citizens are welcome. All citizens who have been watching the situation in Spain and who have said, enough, we need a change. From the PP, we reject what is happening, and we don't just reject it, we propose a new path, a new horizon, in which nobody is excluded. We affirm, we assume, and we multiply. We are strong. We are strong because we have taken on Spain of moderation, and our strength is based on belonging to this wonderful and great European political family that has molded Europe. In the EPP, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, we will be together. The European People's Party, we are proud of what we say, but we are also proud of what we still have to do in favour of our nations, our citizens, and the Europe that we share. We are at the forefront of a liberal and a social, economic, and morally upholding Europe. And we are far above any other system. Friends, we are allies to fulfill our dreams. And in the Spanish PP, you have a colleague, you have a friend who was there to fulfill the European dream, the dream of freedom, the dream of the rule of law, the dream of well-being. The same dreams that we are defending for the Ukrainian people. Dear friends, we will fulfill these dreams, and we know that our new President, Manfred Weber, will fulfill them as well, and the new Secretary General. And we'd also like to thank Mr. Isturiz for all the work he has done. And the EPP will once again win democratic elections in our countries to improve, to move forward towards the Europe that we want. Rule of law, freedoms, and well-being. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por tu amables palabras.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you.
What a beautiful language. Español. Yeah, dear guests, I am very pleased now to introduce the leader of the Venegil, the Teneste, and soon to be Taoiseach once again of the Republic of Ireland. Please give him a warm welcome, Leo Varadkar.
Díomh, is mise Leo Varadkar an Taoiseach agus Uachtaráin na Gael. Tá ásairm bheith anseo I Rotterdam aniu agus tá sé iontach a bheith le chéile arís. You do not need to put on your earphones. Those are just some words in the Irish language in Gaelic, and a real pleasure to use them in this format. My name is Leo Varadkar. I'm the Deputy Prime Minister of Ireland and the leader of the Fine Gael party. I just want to say three things about Ukraine, about Brexit and the protocol on Ireland and Northern Ireland, and also something briefly about the EPP. On Ukraine, I just want to say that we all here in Rotterdam and in the EPP stand with Ukraine. And I believe we as Europe need to do more to support the Ukrainian people. It pains me when I hear people in Ukraine saying that they feel that their strongest allies are the United States and the United Kingdom. People in Ukraine should see Europe and the European Union as being among their strongest allies, and that's why we need to do more to support Ukraine. So Fine Gael and the Irish government will support tougher sanctions on Russia. We believe that we should step up our financial, humanitarian and military aid. If we're not willing to send our troops to fight in Ukraine, and NATO and non-NATO countries alike are not willing to do that, we should at the very least give the Ukrainian people the tools that they need to defend their country and defend their homes. I also strongly believe that we should, as soon as possible, accept Ukraine as a candidate country for the European Union, and this should be the EPP position. The people in Ukraine are fighting and dying, losing their lives and losing their limbs for European values. In Mariupol, in Dnipro, in Kharkiv, fighting for democracy, fighting for liberty, fighting for the rule of law. And the best way that we can show the young people and the brave soldiers in Ukraine that we are on their side is to open up for them a European path and the possibility of membership of the European Union. I believe we should also begin the reconstruction of Ukraine as soon as is possible. And we should use Russian assets that have been seized to do so. And we should start that reconstruction not when President Putin says so, but when the Ukrainian government believes it appropriate. And crucially, I think the lesson in Ukraine for us must be that we should accelerate the accession of Moldova and the Western Balkan states to the European Union so that they can gain the economic benefits and the security that membership of the European Union brings. On Brexit and the protocol in relation to Ireland and Northern Ireland, Brexit is not yet over, as you all know. It will never just be done. But the protocol is working. There is no hard border between North and South. It looks exactly as it did before Brexit happened. The integrity of the single market has been protected, as has Ireland's place in it. And North-South trade between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland has never been stronger. The recent elections in Northern Ireland show that 2/3 of the people elected to the Assembly in Northern Ireland do not want the protocol to be revoked. So the position that the government in London is taking is not the position of the people or the business community in Northern Ireland, and that is crucial. So we need to be flexible and creative about improvements to the protocol. We need to work with our UK friends, but we must, as we always did, stick to our red lines. No hard border between North and South, the integrity of the single market, and Europe standing together united as one. Finally, in relation to the EPP, I think it's fair to say that we're not as strong a party as we were once in the past. And I've been attending EPP Congresses since the 1990s. We're still the biggest group in the European Parliament, but we are less, and we have only 9 Prime Ministers out of 27. And none to the west of Vienna. Some of that is cyclical and I think can change. I believe within 2 years we could be leading governments again in Spain and Poland and indeed in Ireland. But we must plan ahead as well. We must share ideas and information on successful campaigns and election strategies. And we must, as President Weber has said, build more common positions that unite us on issues like climate, on inflation, on security, and on the future of Europe. So together we stand for democracy, We stand for Ukraine. We stand for Europe. We are EPP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear family, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure of introducing you the newly elected president of his party, Partidul Național Liberal, or PNL. He is the Prime Minister of Romania, Nicolae Ciucă.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, dear Manfred, I would like to start by congratulating you for your election as EPP president, and I am convinced that you will have a very successful leadership mandate, and you may count on our party full support and commitment. I would also like to thank President Tusk for his dedication as President of the EPP and of the European Council, and also for his continued support for Romania. We always felt we had a friend in you, and we wish you all the best and success in the future. Dear colleagues, the moment we are living is going to redefine our current history and the way we prepare for the future. The invasion of Ukraine is a war against core values of the EPP. It is a war against our common European principles and values: freedom, democracy, fundamental rights, the rule of law. I would like to thank the EPP for taking a clear stance against the Russian invasion in Ukraine. It is our duty to support Ukraine with everything that we can. Thanks for the strong proposal that our Commission President put forward and our President of the European Parliament advocated for. We managed to take such an unprecedented action against Russia and in support of Ukraine. We can be proud of what we achieved as a political family during these recent months. Now it is equally important to continue. We have to stay united as European Union and also as an EPP. Romania has done and is still doing its part in this crisis. Over 1.1 million Ukrainian refugees have crossed our borders since the beginning of the war. People from Romania and authorities mobilized themselves, and we received Ukrainian people with open hearts. We provided shelter, security, and everything that we could. More than 85,000 people from Ukraine are still in Romania and are well taken care of, including more than 30,000 Ukrainian children and teenagers which are attending Romanian schools. Again, during this crisis, as we did so many times before, Romania has proven that we can secure the external border of the European Union. We can secure an external border of the European Union, and we can secure the external border of the Schengen area. This is also what the Commission has been saying for more than 10 years. This is also what the European Parliament has been saying for a very long time. Romania has been waiting for 10 years to join the Schengen area, and we believe that this decision can no longer be postponed. It should be a merit-based decision, and I will take this opportunity to thank all of you for approving our amendment regarding the Schengen area. So thank you, all of you. We have clearly fulfilled the necessary criteria, and I ask for the support of the EPP in all EU institutions in order to finally reach a positive decision on our Schengen accession. Dear colleagues, Romania has been a strong supporter of the measures to sanction Russia's criminal behavior. We will continue to stand by Ukraine and by the people of Ukraine. In addition to Ukraine, we have to be united in our support for the Republic of Moldova. The Republic of Moldova has embarked on an ambitious reform course. The pro-European President of Moldova, Maia Sandu, belonging to our political family, the government and the clear majority in the parliament are all working together, implementing reforms, acting in a European spirit and receiving the highest number of refugees compared to the country's population. This is why we insist on granting the Republic of Moldova EU candidate status. Alongside with Ukraine, such a decision will chart an irreversible European path for the Republic of Moldova, which will gain resilience and strength. This is why I say clearly that we must fully stand behind Moldova's European aspirations. Providing support to the Republic of Moldova is in the interest of the whole European Union. I want to thank Manfred Weber for his strong support to the Republic of Moldova, and I would like us to stand united in ensuring that the Republic of Moldova, together with Ukraine, will be granted candidate status. Dear friends, we should also work together to further strengthen the European Union in the near future. There are some concrete steps that we have to do. First of all, there is an urgent need to strengthen the European Union's energy security. Romania fully supports the political objective of the EU to eliminate as soon as possible the energy dependence on Russia. A more independent and resilient EU energy system requires time as well as common and coordinated actions at EU level. Romania is ready and committed to contribute to European efforts through the use of domestic natural gas from the Black Sea, through investments in new technologies in the field of nuclear energy and renewable energy production, as well as through efforts to strengthen energy connectivity in our region. Given the pressure they are under, it is our duty to coordinate effectively for assistance to Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova in terms of energy needs and reducing dependency through increased connectivity. Second point, defense. The current crisis underlines one more how important it is to have a strong EU-NATO cooperation and a strong transatlantic link as key to our common threats and challenges. We need to provide adequate financial resources for defense through dedicated EU instruments and through national increase in budgets. Romania decided to increase its defense budget to 2.5% of GDP as from the next year. We also need to consolidate the EU's capacity to manage the challenges of our times, especially in the cyber and hybrid fields. Third important point, food security. The war in Ukraine has brought a direct impact on global food security and affordability. Ensuring food security is a particularly important issue since supply disruptions can severely affect the stability of the entire global system. Romania is taking part in common efforts to facilitate Ukrainians' agricultural exports through the Black Sea, including by developing new infrastructure capabilities. European support measures are needed also in regards to other affected countries such as Republic of Moldova. Dear colleagues, Romanian National Liberal Party want to see the EPP remaining the largest political force in Europe, and I can assure you that myself and the National Liberal Party will be fully supporting this objective, and we will participate with all our experience and energy. Thank you very much, and success to all of you.
Thank you. Dear family, did you already share a picture of yourself or maybe with somebody around you online? Did you? Oh, great to hear. If you didn't, pick up your telephone, use the hashtag We Stand With Democracy or EPP Rotterdam, because I really think a lot of people want to know what's happening here in this hall. So do so. And I am very pleased now to introduce the new elected leader of the Austrian People's Party, the Volkspartei, and the leader of his country's government since December 2021. Please give him a warm welcome to Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer.
Vielen Dank. Sehr geehrter
President, dear colleagues, dear delegates, dear friends, first month threats, congratulations. I'm very pleased that you have won the election. The European People's Party is in good hands now, and from the Austrian side I can assure you, you get my full support. We've heard it quite often today already. We are all concerned with this, whatever our role is. The war in Ukraine, a war which in this form was called improbable by many, but now it's hitting us and shows dramatically how important security is again in our discussions. And security not only in military terms, not only in terms of policing, but we're talking about energy supply, we're talking about food security, energy security. And all this keeps us busy now as people working in government. It will keep you busy in your parliaments if you want to make sure that people are not being forgotten with all their concerns and problems, that we take them seriously. And we see that there are political movements like the People's Party are needed, which follow values and offer people security. We here in this room are a community of values, and people's parties in crises have always proved their worth, because it is important not to think in dogmatic terms in crises, but try to find solutions for the people. And if we are experiencing this Russian aggression today, we also realize that European security the common security and defense policy, which was not considered active for a long time, is now this common European defense and security policy, where people said, what can it do? Now it's right in the focus, in the limelight of European politics. The sanctions are taken in that respect. There's support for Ukraine also from the Austrian side. We, as a neutral country, it's obvious that we support these sanctions. Austria is neutral in military terms, but not when it's about having an opinion and talking about values and show solidarity with the European Union and against the Russian aggressor. But every crisis also shows our weaknesses. We see our weaknesses in the defense policy. Every country now needs to check these matters, where for many decades savings were made for the wrong reasons very often, and there's a lot of catching up to do for most of us. But we also have a common European duty to offer people a perspective. Today we have talked a lot of how to handle the request for admission of the Ukraine, of membership. Now, dear colleagues, if we want to look into this matter seriously, we also need as serious and talk about the future of the Western Balkans. It's our task and it's our duty. To offer those peoples who have suffered a lot in the past, who've suffered incredibly, we need to support them to find their path into the European community of values. As a People's Party, we also have an obligation to make sure that the consequences of the war, because we are experiencing, we're living in a world that has multiple crises: the pandemic, the price increases, the price hikes, and the budding inflation already last year, which is a burden to people. That is a burden to our social system, jeopardizes our social system. We have a common duty to keep and to make sure that welfare and well-being in Europe does not decrease. That we insist and make sure that economic growth remains possible, that our industry in Europe is safe, that energy supply, that energy security is also important for Europe as an industrial location, because we need a strong industry, we need strong entrepreneurship, we need people who are ready to take risks and thereby create jobs, and these jobs generate well-being again. And who else but the European People's Party can achieve that if we work politically for this and listen to people, most importantly. But we also need to be very careful that this incredibly dramatic and traumatic war in the Ukraine does not overshadow other security problems. Of course, we need to keep an eye eastwards to the suffering of the people there, but on the other hand, many others will be trying to exploit this. When we're fighting against illegal migration, organized crime, against the terror which has stricken us in different ways in different countries, all these dangers for our social states, for our democracies, all these dangers still exist. Even if there's war in the Ukraine, we need to keep an eye on these other security problems too. And then migration, particularly irregular migration, is another topic that will keep us busy. We in Austria, in the center of the European Union, we experience a lot of pressure from irregular migration, and at the same time a great solidarity of the Austrians for the Ukrainians and their children, those who are fleeing to Austria. We have 9 million inhabitants. We are harboring more than 75,000 Ukrainians, sheltering them. Then we also have other requests from people from Afghanistan, Iraq and Syria requesting for asylum. And if you check, we are not at the external borders of the EU. And when you check how they got to Austria, then there is a dramatic observation. Most of them have not been registered, which means that if we talk about strong external border protection, we need to do it and not simply talk about it. When I started as a Minister for the Interior, Turkey put pressure on Greece, blackmailed Greece by taking irregular migrants to the border and who were ready to use violence to cross the Greek border. And the Greek police contributed a lot to European security. Not only did they safeguard the Greek border, but our external border, and then they make sure that these attempts of blackmail by Turkey at the time were not possible and did not materialize. And I say this as a former Minister of the Interior, but also as the Federal Chancellor of Austria. Our Greek friends and our Croatian friends, we need to thank them also for the intensive and effective border protection that they are doing. Which means, dear friends, there are many problems. There are huge crises. And at the same time, it is important that we can also give a perspective to the people in our country, that we can overcome every crisis, that we come out of each crisis stronger than we got into it. And who else but the European People's Party, who else can give people exactly that? Confidence, hope and a clear path out of the crises. Dear Manfred, I wish you all the best.
Vielen Dank. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor now to welcome to the stage from Enoteria or Unity Party, the Prime Minister of Latvia, Krišjānis Kariņš. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I can say that as a Prime Minister, it's not so often you can address a few hundred people who actually wish you well. It usually doesn't work that well, so it's great to be here among friends. And of course, Manfred and I worked together for almost 10 years when I was in the Parliament. I know him, how should we say, inside and out, and I think we have a great new leader. Wishing you, Manfred, all the best. So, February 24th, the world really changed. It changed in a profound way, where all of us feared it could happen. Rarely anyone believed that Russia would actually frontally attack a peaceful European neighbor. But the fact is that for more than 3 months, we have an atrocious World War II style, completely destructive war in Europe. And I'm convinced of one thing, that the only way to restore peace and security in Europe is to ensure that Russia loses the war. It is in our interest that Russia loses the war and Ukraine wins. And why is this? Any other solution will simply mean that Russia licks its wounds, rebuilds its army, and then it's just a question of time they will move again, whether it's against Ukraine or some other neighboring country, we don't know, but Putin's revisionist, expansionist, imperialistic thinking is a threat to all of our security. Therefore, collectively, we have to ensure that he loses this war, for our own security and for the security of the world, actually. So how can we do this? There are 4 things that we need to do: militarily, financially, economically, and politically. Militarily, we must, as a bloc of democratic countries, continue to support Ukraine's military. They need armaments, they need weapon systems, they need instruction, they need, of course, the funds for all of this. We must support them militarily because we see that the Ukrainian army is very capable of fighting if we give them the weapons to fight with. My own country, Latvia, we provided weapons before the war started. Thankfully, before the war started. The Ukrainian ambassador in Riga tells me that actually the Stingers that we provided helped to repel the Russian initial attack in the airport by Kyiv. And I'm very thankful to that. But I'm extremely thankful also to all of our other friends and neighbors who have been contributing weapons, and the decisions that have been taken since February 24th were unthinkable 4 months ago. Even the European Union is pooling money together to buy weapon systems for Ukraine. We must continue and persevere so that they can defend their territory. Secondly, we need to continue to support Ukraine in all other ways. So they need financial assistance. They need to keep their government working. They need to pay for their schools, for their doctors, for their hospitals. They need to pay their outwardly debt. They need humanitarian aid. They need aid for their hospitals, etc. We must continue this as well. Then there's a third that I label as economic. And the way to help Ukraine in this way is to isolate Russia's economy. We do this through sanctions. We now have approved just this week, yesterday, the 6th sanction package, which mostly gets most of Russia's oil. I have argued since February 24th that we need a full energy embargo because Russia gains most of its cash from exporting energy. So if we sanction this energy, we stop the money flowing into the coffers, and they have a more difficult time supporting the war efforts. So we have to persevere in the sanctions. We pay the cost of higher prices, but we have to remind our citizens that the Ukrainians are paying the cost in lives, in destroyed infrastructure, in destroyed lives. So we have to persevere, stay strong on the sanctions, and look for ever more ways to pull in the financial reins on Moscow so that they cannot wage this war. And finally, politically, we need to support Ukraine. And I think it's extremely important that we, as the EPP, state outright and clearly that we support the candidacy status for Ukraine in the EU, and we don't hesitate on this at all. This is important also for Ukraine, for their soldiers, for their citizens, as they are experiencing the war. They need this light at the end of the tunnel. And as the head of the Latvian government, I remember very well how important accession to the EU was for enabling reforms, but that was in a time of peace. We are now at a time of war, and I think we have to take away our last hesitancies and grant them candidacy status so that they can begin to actually work towards this goal. And what about ourselves? We also need to strengthen ourselves in Europe. We need to strengthen ourselves militarily. So my country is now, we're already paying about 2.2% of our budget, of our GDP into our defense budget. We made a decision that we're moving that to 2.5%. It's very important that we strengthen ourselves, and all of us have to do this. Another topic that we have to do with that is in our power is energy independence. In Europe, we have built up over the course of decades a very high energy independence on Russian imports. And we see that geostrategically this is a problem. But it's also a problem from the climate point of view because these are fossil fuels. So in moving away from Russian energy, there are two ways to do it. One is, of course, diversify sources. Buy from the Americans, buy from Qatar, buy from other countries. That's the easy part. The tougher part, and what we have to persevere in, is moving into more renewables and more energy efficiency. Becoming independent of Russian energy is not decoupled from doing something good for the environment. And as the EPP, we have to stand on both fronts and move in this direction. And finally, on disinformation. In all of our societies, whether we realize it or not, Russia is very active in sending out a false narrative of what is going on. In ordinary language, we call these lies. Russia is trying to convince, and is making some headway in great parts of the world, in Africa especially, that the problem of food prices, of grain prices, is because of European sanctions. This is an outright lie. The reason that food prices are going up is because Russia is waging war in Ukraine, and we have to come back with our narrative and counter Russia's lies. We have to take out the Russian disinformation channels coming into our countries. My country alone, Latvia, has shut down more than 60 Russian television channels and more than 100 internet sites that are purporting lies and propaganda. We need to do this around Europe because we need to clear up our citizens' minds so that we can keep our focus on who is at fault. It is 100% clearly Russia's fault. And just to sum up, I am convinced that as democracies, we need not be afraid of strength. Quite the contrary, as democracies, we need to be strong because we stand for three basic ideals: freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, not the rule of force. The Ukrainians are giving up their lives fighting for the values that we all defend. So we must be strong in defending these values. We must be united in defending these values. We will overcome the evil that is now in the world if we persevere, if we stick together, and if we stay strong as the EPP. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your powerful words. Amazing. Thank you. It's an honor now to present to you the president of his party, Croatian Democratic Union, and the co-host of our 2019 Zagreb Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Andrej Plenković.
Good day, everybody. It's a great pleasure to see you today all in Rotterdam. And may I use this opportunity at the beginning of my speech, first of all, to thank to our hosts from CDA, President Huybers and the Vice Prime Minister Hoekstra, for such a great hospitality that we have all enjoyed here in the I would also at the outset like to thank another time to Donald Tusk for being our president in the past 2.5 years, and thank him for everything that he has done for the strengthening of the European People's Party, but also for the European Union as the President of the European Council and as the Polish Prime Minister, and hopefully again as the Polish Prime Minister. My special thanks to Tono, who has been with us for the last 20 years and more, of course in his capacity of the Secretary General, and I think he has left a very strong trace not only at European level but in all the electoral challenges and the developmental challenges of our parties across Europe. Thank you, Tono. And my big congratulations to my friend Manfred Weber for another confidence that we have given him all yesterday unanimously here at the Rotterdam Congress, for leading our party, the strongest European political family, the family that has built the foundations of the European project, and the family that will provide solutions for European nations, European citizens in the future. Good luck, Manfred. HDZ and Croatia will back you in your efforts together with the new elected presidency. It has been 2.5 years since Croatian Democratic Union was honored to host the EPP Congress in Zagreb. However, in the last 2.5 years, nothing remained the same. We passed through the unprecedented challenges and the global crisis that our generation has not been through at all. We were all hit by surprise by the pandemic of COVID-19 that has exacerbated the quick reaction of all us on governmental level, on the European level. In this unprecedented health crisis which ensued and turned into the economic one, into financial one potentially, into way of life crisis, into endangering of our jobs, endangering the work of our businesses and also the existence of our families. But all of us together, we had a dramatic and a strong answer. We had a big problem and we created a big answer. The European Union with the EU Next Generation has helped our citizens, has helped our countries, our governments to solve the key problems that we were facing. With the synergy of European level, and I would like to thank Ursula for the leadership in this process from you and from the European Commission, and the energy at our national level, we showed the unavoidable and absolutely irreplaceable role of the state in the crisis of such a magnitude. We saved jobs. We paid salaries to the workers in the private sectors. We did all sorts of pardons to our businesses in terms of exceptions for income, for contributions, and we made them bridge this critical period to remain on their feet, to stay strong and to continue after the crisis. We never allowed that the social fracture happens due to the pandemic and the health crisis. We never allowed that the existence of our families comes to question. On the contrary, we showed unity and we showed quick and efficient reaction of keeping the jobs. But now, as soon as we walked out of this unprecedented crisis, we were witnessing the brutal Russian aggression on Ukraine. This aggression is not only a military one, violating all the foundations of the international law, violating all the principles of the international governance that we all share, but it is also an aggression and a negation of Ukrainian nation, of Ukrainian identity. And therefore, we as the EPP and we from HDZ show our solidarity, our support and our compassion with Ukrainian people who are fighting for freedom and who are fighting for European values for all of us. Let's thank them on this. In this respect, I think that the EPP should be a leading political force in condemning Russian actions, in pursuing with the packages of sanctions, in not tolerating the policies that are violating everything that we stand for. We should at the same time continue with the support to Ukraine, which has been unprecedented: political, diplomatic, financial, economic, humanitarian, military, and it should continue as such. In that respect, we shall support the candidate status to be given to Ukraine at the June European Council, because Ukrainians expect it, Ukrainians deserve it, and this symbolical gesture of the European Union will be another right, moral choice in this time of unprecedented crisis.
Yeah, Anna.
We will also look at other countries, at Moldova, at Georgia, but also in Southeast Europe, to Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo, who also have European aspirations. Croatia is supporting these ambitions of all of our countries in our immediate neighborhood, and we shall be standing behind them. And we would also like in that process that the issue of constitutional and electoral reform is solved in Bosnia and Herzegovina, so that all three constituent peoples are treated as equal and feel well, comfortable and treated in accordance with the constitution in our neighboring country, and here I refer to the Croatians and the least numerous constituent people. My country has been in the process of transformation in deeper integration into the European Union. We are at the verge of membership to the Eurozone. We are at the verge of membership to the Schengen area. After 6 years in government, this is the year of delivery of our promises, but deserved objectives, not a gift, but something that we have worked hard for during the last 6 years, fulfilling the standard and criteria. And we expect that our partners within the European Union will pass the critical decisions on Croatia, both on the Eurozone and Schengen, in the next couple of months. We shall be ready for membership in both deeper integrations as of 1st of January. My point on the HDZ, a party that has been the party with the strongest influence in independent Croatia since 1990, since the establishment of our democracy and independence. And we are now 6 years in power with 30% of public support. That gives us the obligation to work hard, to continue fighting for every job, for every prospect of our businesses, for energy security and for interventionism where it is needed, even though contrary to our political philosophy of free market, individual liberties and freedom of entrepreneurship. We will do that because we are convinced that for both of us, the EPP at the European level and us in Croatia, in view of the elections of 2024, our efforts should be streamlined to tackle the demographic challenge and the demographic revitalization. And therefore I'm particularly happy that Dubravka Šuica, the Vice President of the Commission, has not only been leading the process on the Conference on the Future of Europe, but also is trying to work out the plans, measures and policies to address the critical challenge of our times, and that is the demographic revitalization. The second point is to be leaders in the climate change. We, as the centre-right party, should not allow other political actors to take this critical political space, especially and the topic with the young generation. This should be our reflex policy and we should be the leaders. Third, to go along with the digital revolution. The fourth industrial revolution does not wait. It's happening already, and with our businesses, with our innovation capacities, with our capacities to build competitive economies, the EPP should foster this development that the world is leading into in a very fast pace. We should also strengthen the European defence. There is no doubt that complementarity of NATO and the European Union with its strategic autonomy should be our priorities. The European defence, meaning more spending but better coordination, less fragmentation, more pooling of resources, will bring us to the adequate solution. And finally, my friends, for the election in 2024, when we find ourselves in a clinch between the parties who are more on the right spectrum for us and between the center liberal parties and the left and green parties, all trying to attack our electorate, we should show them and demonstrate to them that we are the reliable ones, the ones who know how to govern, the ones that should be leaned on when the challenges are the biggest, because this is something that the political family that has built the European Union should be in the future, and we should regain the trust, show the confidence, show determination, show audacity. Audacity should be something that should be our common denominator for the elections in 2024, where the European People's Party should again win the majority confidence of European voters. With that in mind, thank you all, and I wish a lot of good luck to Manfred and all of us in the preparations for 2024 European elections. Thank you.
Well, dear family, here we are together today, the second day. And our next speaker from Democratic Rally has served since 2013 as president of his country. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome to the President of Cyprus, Nikos Anastasiades.
Mr. President, dear EPP partners, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to thank President Donald Tusk and the member of the Christian Democratic Appel for your kind invitation and warm hospitality. It is certainly with great pleasure that I join you at this year's EPP Congress in Rotterdam. I would be remiss had I not start by expressing my deep appreciation and thankfulness to my good friend Donald Tusk, whose term in office as President of the EPP has come to an end. A great European statesman, whose vision for a strong and prosperous Europe remained at the head of his efforts to promote our values and interest and safeguard what historically stand for. Despite the huge challenges, he never lost sight of our urgent priorities and led the EPP to numerous achievements. I would like to take a moment to personally thank Donald for his friendship, but also genuine support to my country all these years, and wish him every success in his future endeavors as he now returns back to Polish politics. This said, the Rotterdam Congress marks the beginning of a new, promising era for us, for our political family, with Manfred Weber at the helm of the EPP, whose impressive credentials are known to everybody. Dear Manfred, you have my warmest congratulations on your election yesterday, and my assurance that you will enjoy our strong support throughout your term. The tasks you will face appear overwhelming. You assume the leadership of the EPP at a watershed moment for the EU. But your integrity and experience, and extensive experience, have proven that you are a man who has his vision to defend our values, provide solutions to the European citizens, and all in all bring success to the European project. Dear friends, I cannot but start with the greatest challenge our continent has faced in decades, namely the Russian invasion in Ukraine, which forms new global geopolitical dynamics. The Russian aggression in Ukraine has entered its fourth month, and the latest concerted attacks on the Donbass industrial area, including the Russian onslaught against populated areas in Donetsk and Luhansk, indicate that we have not seen the end of it. These war images do not belong to our continent in this time and age. We have built our union on the strong fundaments of democracy, inviolability of borders, and respect of the territorial integrity and sovereignty. These are our principles, and we shall apply them without discrimination. We stand firmly by Ukraine and its people, and we will continue to do so for as long as it takes. On Monday evening, dear friends, we did finally manage to reach an agreement on the sixth package. Our sanctions, which target elites in support of the war, impose a ban on most of Russia's oil imports to tie European market, disconnecting more banks from the SWIFT system, etc., remain important political tool to apply pressure on Russia so as to access hostilities, withdraw its military from Ukraine, and respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In this respect, allow me to raise 2 points. First, I would like to reiterate the need to ensure the universal application of our sanctions, otherwise they might as well be ill-fated. Regrettably, our joint efforts are hampered by partner countries which provide Russia with sanctions circumventing abilities. This not only dilutes the sanctions' intended effect, but also calls into question our unity and allows third countries, of which some pretend to be allies, to profit from the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Second, we see that the sanctions imposed so far have started having impact on Russia. But we must not be oblivious to the fact that these same sanctions have started bringing at home too. We knew there would be a cost, which we were ready to shoulder, given what is at stake. What we should be cautious about, as we examine additional measures, is that the impact of sanction does not become greater on us, rather on Russia. Our citizens have not yet had a respite from the pandemic and the persistent inflation we already witness will inevitably have adverse effects on our domestic political landscape and economic structure. In parallel to our resolute humanitarian, material, financial and political support to Ukraine, we need to remain focused on diplomatic efforts to stop the Russian assault. Such efforts should also echo the will of the Ukrainian government. Dear Manfred, the Ukrainian wound in the heart of Europe has painful echoes from Cyprus' own experience. Parallels between Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Turkey's invasion of Cyprus in 1974 are amazing. Moscow's excuses to justify its indefensible invasion of Ukraine for allegedly trying to protect Russian-speaking citizens of Ukraine has been used in the very same words as a pretext by Turkey to invade in Cyprus. Ever since, and despite our efforts and numerous UN Security Council resolutions, not only Turkey does engage in the efforts to find a lasting and viable political solution according to the set resolutions and the values and principles of the EU, but to the contrary, continues to create fait accompli both on land and at sea. The Cyprus and Ukrainian questions are both European problems, and we know very well that we cannot build the Europe that we want and desire if we do not put an end to these revisions. As the president of the country that has been divided for 48 years, I think I am well placed to say this. The security architecture of Europe and the sense of security we can offer to our citizens is the most pressing issue for every single one of us. We need the support. We need the support to continue for the sake of peace. And I'm confident that with Manfred Weber, a firm adherent of greater EU engagement in Cyprus in general, this will be the case. I would have been amiss had I not expressed my gratitude to our EPP partners for supporting our efforts to reunify our country throughout the years. I also wish to express my appreciation for the resolution we have just adopted on recent developments in the Cyprus problem. Dear Manfred, I have no doubt that under your leadership the EPP will find a way to address challenges as the war in Ukraine, the occupation of Cyprus, the need to stabilize the global economy, including the rise of energy prices and inflation, climate change, digitalization, migration, rule of law, social inclusion, and many others. We trust you, dear Manfred. Dear friends, we have the pleasure today of having with us two prominent women leaders, the President of the Commission, dear Ursula, and the new President of the European Parliament, dear Roberta. Both have shown perseverance and strong commitment to the European ideals and the task of bringing Europe closer to its citizens, and particularly the youth. In them, and with Manfred in the leadership of EPP, our political family is in a good position to do again what has done successfully in the past: lead Europe out of crisis. And we must see the silver lining in these trying times. We have a rare opportunity to develop a better institutional dialogue within the EU. Dear Manfred, distinguished friends, let me close with this. I have already talked about the challenges ahead of us in Europe and the rest of the world. But with the EPP's tireless work at all levels and the togetherness which traditionally characterizes us, I'm confident we can meet them successfully again. Thank you for your attention.
Well, it's time to present the results of the voice for the EPP Secretary General. And she's chair and the chair of our voting committee. You saw her also yesterday, and of course she's here today. Rut Peetoom.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to announce the result of our Congress vote for EPP Secretary General. The vote cast was 522 votes, with 7 blanco votes and no invalid votes. That makes the number of valid votes in total 522. The no votes were 83, yes 432, and that means that Thanasis Bakolas is elected as Secretary General of the EPP with 83.9%. Please. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. 83.9 is my favorite number, by the way. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Dear friends, I wish to thank the leadership of the EPP and all of you for your trust. I am fully aware of the huge responsibility that I assume as Secretary General of the EPP. But I am also thrilled by the challenge to contribute in turning the party into a campaigning machine that will help realize our collective vision. That of a strong EPP, relevant to its citizens, breaking new ground in the way politics is conducted in Europe. An EPP that shall determine the future of our continent and play a key role in the future of our world. Manfred, I want to thank you for your trust and friendship. There's no better person to lead our party as we approach European elections in 2024. I have had the privilege to know you for many years, and I have witnessed your determination and absolute commitment to the EPP. In good times, but also in bad times, you have shown unwavering integrity and character. I want to thank you for your leadership, and I look forward to our work together. Thank you. Tono, words are simply not enough to express our gratitude to you and what you have done for the EPP. I have very big shoes to fill, and I am counting on your support as we move ahead. Thank you very much, Tono. Thank you. The honor bestowed to me today is one that I fully share with Nea Demokratia. Greece is an essential element to this grand European experiment we are all a part of, just as Nea Demokratia is integral to the EPP. From Konstantinos Karamanlis to Kyriakos Mitsotakis, our commitment to Europe and the values of our political family are strong and continue to be strong. For over 4 decades, countless Nea Demokratia members have worked tirelessly to make Europe the global powerhouse it is today, and the EPP the most important ingredient and force in an iterated exercise of cooperation amongst member states and many political points of view. Way too many people from Nea Demokratia to thank here today, but I would like, at a minimum, to recognize our European Parliament delegation led by Vangelis Meimarakis. Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. Thank you, Anna Simakopoulou, Maria Spiraki, Elisa Vosenberg, Stelios Kipouropoulos, Manolis Kefalogiannis, and Thodoris Zagorakis. What a great team for Greece. Thank you. I have had the good fortune to work for Kyriakos Mitsotakis for almost a decade. Amazing good luck, because in the business of politics, it is truly a blessing when you work for a political leader whose moral compass points in the right direction, who deeply and passionately cares about the people, and who always trusts the people. I should know, for my journey as part of his team aligns not only with his own personal journey, but that of my country in the recent years. From an economic crisis that was existential in nature and on into a deep dive into the abyss of populism. Where others may have readily given up, Mitsotakis persevered. But let us also not forget those who stood by our side, and it was the EPP who stood by our side at the most difficult moments. Greece, however, as you well know, came very close to what today may seem impossible, but for a while was contemplated. In the years that followed, Nea Demokratia was transformed into a modern, relevant, and effective political party. In opposition, Mitsotakis was never flustered by the attacks made by political opponents who knew no limit, who knew no depth, who were motivated by anger, contempt, and illusions. He led Nea Demokratia methodically and with absolute discipline. He did not choose, we did not choose, another extreme or another brand of populism to address a ruthless opponent. Rather, we meticulously unfolded policies that were well thought out and made abundant sense to any fair-minded voter from any political background. We communicated these policies well, and we communicated them with absolute tenacity. 3 years ago, Nea Dimokratia crushed populism. We won the center by dominating it. And 3 years on, one can barely fathom the darkest hours of the economic crisis and the rise of populism. Greece is very different today. Greece is back. But the fight continues, and it continues for all of us. As we fast approach 2024 elections, I want you to know what experiences and beliefs will frame my work as Secretary General. And I look forward to getting to work right away. I want to thank Kyriakos Mitsotakis for being a part of an amazing journey with him. I'm so proud to be able to say that I did the very best I could for my country. I want to thank Manfred Weber for the opportunity now to serve our party, the EPP. Thank you all very much.
Dear family, please join me now in welcoming to the stage the President of the European Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, Roberta Metsola.
Dear President, dear Secretary General, dear leaders, dear friends, let me first start by congratulating Manfred Weber. Manfred is a staunch defender of our values. He knows our family, he understands our parties. You are a true European and you are our leader. Thank you, Manfred. Being in this room fills me with such pride and such hope for the future. And looking around me today, I know that our family, our team, will be able to both lead the discussion on a European level and win on a national one. And we will win by being right, by being true to ourselves, by adapting our approach, but not ever compromising on our shared values. We speak often about values, but it is time that we underline what they mean. When we speak about liberty, that means we believe in the freedom to choose, to vote as you wish, to live, to disagree, and dissent without consequence. We believe in equality before the law, in opportunity, values that we have taken for granted, that we have grown complacent about, values which are openly today being called into question, values which are being attacked in Ukraine in the most brutal of manners. These are the values that scare autocrats who thought that their oil, gas or super yachts could buy our silence. Donald Tusk yesterday Yesterday, Donald Tusk echoed another famous poll when he called on us to not be afraid. He was right. It takes courage to stand up for these values when it is simply easier not to. It takes courage to tell our people that these values have a price worth paying. It takes courage to tell Ukraine that their place is with us in Europe, to extend our hand to Moldova, to Georgia, and to keep our promises to the Western Balkans. It takes courage to face down dictators and tell them that their time is over, to say might is not right, to say no to the short-termism of appeasement. It takes courage to disentangle ourselves completely from Russian energy, to send equipment to those on the front line. It takes courage to pool our resources in health, in energy, in security, in defense. It takes real courage. Courage on display every single day in Ukraine. Courage that people like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, Maria Kolesnikova and Veronika Tsepkalo found in Belarus. Courage that Maya Sandu uses to push forward democracy in Moldova. Courage that Alexei Navalny showed when he flew back into Russia, knowing exactly what awaited him. Courage that those who came before us found to create this Europe. Courage that we must find again and hold on to it. Friends, we are the party of Europe. We understand that we are better, safer and stronger when we act together. And this is the new world. There is no other way. Our family has shaped the Europe we know today. And now it is up to us to shape the Europe of tomorrow. Because if we do not, then those who want a very different Europe will. And few people have contributed more to that vision than our outgoing President Donald Tusk and Secretary General Tono Lopez Istúriz. Donald, Tono, thank you. Thank you for always being there, for standing up for our Europe and for sticking your neck out for our values and our parties in different states, for reminding us what is at stake. Now allow me a moment to digress. This is the first time in history that both the European Parliament and the European Commission are led by women. It is no coincidence. It is no coincidence that we both come from this political family. And I want to thank Ursula von der Leyen for her determination in helping other women to climb, for being a role model for so many girls and boys, and for fighting for our Europe. When 4 months ago I was elected President of the European Parliament, Antonio Tajani warned me to expect the unexpected. But I didn't think I would have to talk about war and what it means to stand up for our values, about the importance of peace and why freedom matters. We like to say that Europe is the most successful global project for peace. It is also the brightest beacon of democracy across the globe. And we need to say that more. We are a proud answer to autocracy, because in Europe we know that peace without freedom is no peace at all. And it is that core belief that has driven our response to the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine. And in times of crisis, in times of hard decisions, it is within our values that we find the answers. It is why Putin could not break the unity in our response, because he misunderstands us. He sees our disagreements, our arguments as weakness, when that is where our strength lies. That is what democracy is, and that is what the EPP has fought so hard for. That is what Europe is. We don't want to make everyone the same. We cherish different cultures, different traditions, different backgrounds, because this melting pot is what has created the foundation of this Europe. This Europe, this imperfect project of ours, is what Ukraine is fighting for. Dear friends, it is easier to oppose than to seek unity and lead. It is easier to break than to build. It is easier to sit down than to stand up. But we have never been afraid to do what is difficult, what is necessary. The EPP knows what leadership means. It does not mean you always get your way. It does not mean you always win. It is about listening, it is about seeking solutions for all, and about being steadfast in a united, collective response. I've said that I wanted to do what I can to help people believe in Europe, and that means explaining to people what Europe stands for. That means finding the courage to match our rhetoric with action. It means pushing back against anti-EU narrative. It means standing up to the easy, so easy cynicism of creeping nationalism, fundamentalism, isolationism, values favored by Putin and his apologists. Yes, Europe is peace. Yes, Europe is equality. Yes, Europe is liberty. And yes, Europe can be more. The world looks to us to set the standards on beating climate change, on restoring our planet, on preparing for the digital world, on fighting discrimination, on standing up for the rule of law, on protecting minorities. And in a world getting darker, it is up to us to ensure that Europe's light must shine brighter than ever before. And this is why, while fatigue grows around the news of war in Ukraine, while prices of energy rise across our continent, while the post-pandemic recovery is still a grave concern, while the digital economy and the green transition cause anxiety as much as they cause excitement, we need to be able to inspire. We need to lead. We need courage. We need to be not afraid. We need our Europe. Thank you.
Dear family, dear guests, it's my great honor now to present to you the President of the European Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a warm welcome, Ursula von der Leyen.
Dear Manfred, dear Donald, dear Chairman Heubers, Deputy Prime Minister Hoekstra, fantastic host, many, many thanks. Dear Presidents, dear Prime Ministers, delegates, dear friends. It's so good to be here with you. Such an inspiring Congress. And let me begin with a few words of thanks too. And I would like to thank our outgoing President Donald Tusk for leading our family in the last 3 years. Donald, you are a man of character. You fought for freedom and the rule of law under communist regime. You became Prime Minister. You were President of the European Council. When you left the Council, you said, Europe is the best place on earth, as long as it remains a continent of freedom and rule of law, which is inhabited by a community aware of its history and culture. End of quote. Now, my dear Donald, you return to your home country to again stand up for those values. Bon courage, my friend. And Donald, remember, when we see each other again, we'll see you, as you've said, as a Prime Minister. Dear Manfred, congratulations from the bottom of my heart. It's great to have you as our new chairman. You will lead EPP brilliantly. I know this because you stood by my side from the very first day of my mandate. You're always accessible. You're always open to new ideas. You never shy away from any challenge. And with you, together, we will win elections. That's what we're going to do. And I want to thank all the delegates and participants of our Congress. I'm deeply impressed of the great work that you've done in our new Congress paper, for example, on values and democracies. In this paper, you're describing the heart and the soul of our Christian Democrats. Europe is a lot. For example, the world's largest single market, and we're very proud of that. But Europe is above all the guardian of our universal values and principles. And this, my friends, is the heart of Europe. This is the essence. We believe in democracy that lifts up not just a few, but the many. We believe in equality and inherent dignity of every single person. We believe in an independent judiciary and the mighty rule of law. And we know that these values are not for granted. In our immediate neighborhood, in Ukraine, Putin is trying to trample and crush these values with tanks. And my friends, this is a defining moment for Europe. This is a moment that calls for EPP. We have to do everything possible to make sure that Putin fails and freedom prevails. This is our task. And therefore I want to greet and applaud our fantastic delegates from Ukraine. Dear Julia, dear Petro, I've yesterday met all these young delegates from Ukraine that are here. Your bravery, your determination are such an inspiration for us. Thank you very much for joining our Congress. My dear friends, I was in Kiev and Bucha before Easter. I spoke with President Zelensky and Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal. I met survivors in Bucha who were still struggling to find words. I saw mass graves and body bags lined up next to a church. I saw the scars and wounds of bombed out houses, hospitals and schools. We can never match the sacrifices Ukrainians are making every day. But we can support them with the strongest weapon we have. And that's the power of our unity and our economy. And some say Europe is always too little too late. Well, my friends, we have proven them wrong. When the war started on day 2, day 4, day 6, we unleashed unprecedented massive sanctions against Russia. We have mobilized billions of euros to finance military equipment for Ukraine for the first time ever. We are caring for more than 6 million refugees. And my friends, this is Europe at its best, united, determined and active, and we should take pride in it. This is our Europe. And we will support Ukraine in its reconstruction. This is not only in our strategic interest, this is our moral duty. The investments we'll need are enormous. And I think we should create a platform, a reconstruction platform. Of course, we will do our part. As Europeans, we'll finance as much as possible. But of course also our partners, for example, our friends from the United States or Canada, G7, organizations, IMF, World Bank, G20. As I said, this is our moral obligation. But one thing is also clear. It is Putin who unleashed this atrocious war. And the perpetrator must bear the costs of his behavior. And therefore it is Putin and his oligarchs who have to contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine, and seized assets of Russian oligarchs must go into rebuilding Ukraine. This is only just. And my friends, these investments, of course coupled with reforms, can and should pave the way into our European Union. It's obvious the Ukrainians are fighting so bravely because they know exactly what they want, what kind of future they want. A future as a free and open society, belonging to a strong democratic community. And they are ready to fight for that, and if necessary, to die for that. They want to join our European Union. We will do everything to accompany them because Ukraine deserves a fair chance. Of course, our standards and conditions in a European Union accession process must be met. No doubt. But how quickly Ukraine will take the necessary steps towards modernization, and how quickly it makes progress with the reforms, it is entirely up to them. But we, and this is important, We stand by their side. We will do our utmost to support this brave country on its way into our European Union. After all, my friends, Ukraine's longing and its aspirations are just a reflection of what we have achieved together in Europe and how much our well-being and our security are built on a strong democratic community. And dear friends, this war is about Ukraine, but it's also about us. We have to get rid of our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. We have kicked out coal by now. That's good. And yesterday we banned Russian oil. And now we have to get rid of Russian gas. We have to repower EU. We have to diversify away from Russia to reliable, trustworthy suppliers, like, for example, our friends from the United States. But more importantly, we have to massively invest in renewable energy. We have always known that renewables are good for the climate. But now we see that renewables are also good for our independence and our security of supply. They are homegrown and they create good jobs here in Europe. And my friends, it pays off that it was us, EPP, who started the European Green Deal. The others spoke a lot, but we have done it. And we have done it in a smart way. We've done it in a smart way. The others may want to regulate every tiny detail. We trust in innovation and the time-honored principle of our social market economy. The others want to rely on prohibitions and bans. We trust in fair competition. We want a conducive environment in which entrepreneurship can thrive. We want the can-do attitude of family businesses. We trust the creativity of our SMEs. Our European Green Deal opens a world of opportunities for them. And I know that we sometimes think, is all of this necessary? Our climate goals 2030 and 2050 are so far away. Why change our behavior? Dear friends, I have a little granddaughter. She's 1 year old now. And I often think, 2030, she will be a schoolgirl of 9 years. And in 2050, a young woman of 29, perhaps she'll have children. Will she still experience a spring, a summer, fall and winter? Or will she say, Grandma, why didn't you act when it was your responsibility? And my friends, EPP is for me about leadership. I want us to be courageous, innovative and leading. This is what Europe expects from us, and my friends, we will deliver. And I want to thank all our EPP commissioners. Valdis Dombrovskis, our man to watch over our economy. Margaritis Kinas, our man to preserve our European way of life. Dubravka Šuica for the Conference of the Future of Europe. Gio Hahn, the guardian of our budget. Maria Gabriel, tireless for education, culture and science. My dear Stella Kyriakides, watching over health and beating cancer. Adina Valean, transport solidarity lanes, so important now to get the wheat out of Ukraine. Thank you, Adina. Mairead McGuinness, our guardian of the financing sector. And I want to thank all of our EPP colleagues in the Member States and in the European Parliament. You are the ones who are putting all that on the road. And without you, this would not have been possible. You are just great. Thank you. My friends, many of you will remember the EPP Congress in Dublin in 2014. It was Bono from U2 who said, indeed, Europe is a thought that still needs to become a feeling. A thought that needs to become a feeling. These days, we can see this European feeling emerging. A feeling of unity and determination in the face of Russian aggression. A feeling of responsibility in a union of 450 million people joining forces to save our planet, our common home. A feeling of confidence that our single market and our unique social model provide for and protect the jobs of the future. A feeling of pride in our democracies, and that when it's getting serious, we are standing up for Ukraine in a powerful manner. My dear friends, long live Europe. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and thank you, Ursula von der Leyen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to present the results of the vote for our EPP vice presidents. A chair and the chair of our voting committee will be here to say that to you. Give her another warm welcome, Ruud Peetoom. Was nog in beeld, dus ik denk...
I can feel the tense. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to announce the results of our Congress vote for the EPP presidency. I invite to the stage, as I call their names, the elected candidates. And first I start with our treasurer. The vote cast was 515 votes, with blanco and invalid votes an amount of 5 votes, valid votes 512 votes. From these 512, Thomas Zdechowski got 198 votes and Pablo Larangel got 314 votes. That means that Pablo Larangel is elected as treasurer of the EPP with 61%. Congratulations, Pablo. Then I continue with the vice presidents. Where's the congratulations? Yeah. The vice presidents. The vote cast was 548 votes. Blanco and invalid votes were 6 in total. Elected are, and I start with the highest number of votes, Maria Gabriel with 403 votes. And I continue with Esther de Lange with 395 votes. Then Johannes Hahn with 383 votes. Then Siegfried Muresan with 372 votes. Elected is also Dubravka Suica with 364 votes. And then our Finnish candidate Petri Orpo with 54 votes. David McAllister, 352 votes. André Halicki, 319 votes. Antonio Tajani with 309 votes. And the last elected candidate is Esteban González Pons with 303 votes. Unfortunately, not elected is Frank Proest with 157 votes. But we all congratulate our elected candidates. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your presidency. I want to invite Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen and Roberta Metsola. Please come to the stage again. And here are they all, your new presidency.
So dear friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, after 2 intensive days here in Rotterdam, there is not so much to say at the end, but a few words of a thank you, a big thank you. First of all, to our outgoing presidency again, Donald, Tono and all the whole team. They did a great job for us. Thank you so much for all what you did. Then let me thank the CDA in Rotterdam. It was a great place, all the volunteers who helped us, really a great place. We will always have Rotterdam in good memories. So thank you so much for all what you did as our hosts here, Hans and all the friends. Thank you so much for this. Please come up. Then, dear friends, I want to thank those who had really a lot to work. We should never forget about them. That is our staff, that is our administration in the party, all the volunteers who helped us to make this Congress a successful Congress. Thank you so much for your service. And then, dear friends, I can thank you all, 1,700 people, delegates, friends, colleagues from national, regional and European level together as a great EPP family. We had a great spirit here in Rotterdam. We enjoyed to be together after the COVID times. We will open, dear friends, here in Rotterdam a new chapter for our EPP family. I will do it my way. The EPP presidency will do it the way we have promised this to you. There is a lot of change needed, but we will also keep a lot of important things for the future. The party of how, the bridge builder party, the party of values, the party of Europe, dear friends. Who else than us? We are the rock. That is the EPP. Thank you so much for your presence in Rotterdam. Have a good, safe trip back home. See you next time in another city of Europe, and we will open now a new chapter for Europe. Thank you so much. Thank you.
What a nice moment! What a nice moment! All the honored guests on the stage.
So thank you again. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, we have to make some space for another very nice speech. Yes, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you loved Rotterdam. I hope you had a very nice Congress, but don't go away. Don't go away, because it's really my honor now to welcome to the stage the Foreign Minister and Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands. From the Christen Democratisch Appel, or het CDA, our co-host. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a very warm welcome. Here is the one and only Wopke Hoekstra.
Thank you, and thank you, dear friends. And I'm under the impression that some actually have a train to catch. So I'll make it quick, I'll make it painless, but I would like the opportunity to share a couple of last thoughts on this afternoon. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, dear friends, dear friends, it was a true privilege to have you all here united in Rotterdam, in the city of hope, the city of creativity and renewal, and the port to Europe. And to me, this event feels like a reunion. As members of the largest political family in Europe, the EPP, we celebrate our friendship and share our thoughts on our common future. And let me take this moment to say how proud we are of our own Esther de Lange for her leadership in the EPP. Give her a hand. And of our members of European Parliament, Jeroen, Tom, Annie-Antoine, for their valuable work in the European Parliament. Thank you very, very much. And let me also take the opportunity to thank you, Ursula, to thank you as our President of the European Commission. Ursula, we all see and we all admire your tremendous drive to lead Europe into a better future. Thank you very, very much. And let me thank, and it will be the last time for today, let me thank Donald and Tonno for their truly excellent leadership in the past years. It made all the difference to so many of us. And let me congratulate Manfred, and now the work will really begin. Let me congratulate you as a friend, as a neighbor, and we are very much looking forward to the future together with you. My dear friends, a few weeks ago I was in Ukraine, and as I walked through the devastated streets of Irpin, I remembered the true words of the Dutch 20th century poet Lucebert. Everything of value is defenseless. I saw the destroyed houses and buildings, the ruins and damage of war. I talked to the people about their hopes and their despairs. But what touched me most was that so many women and children were no longer around. They have actually fled their homes, well knowing that their brothers, fathers and sons would stay and fight for their lives. And this is what war does to innocent people. Families being ripped apart. Children without the safety of their parents and homes. And these images showed me that everything of value is indeed defenseless. Our families, our democracy, our freedom and our safety. All these precious things of value cannot defend themselves. We must defend them. In Ukraine, like Ursula, I spoke to President Zelensky and Foreign Minister Kuleba. And I was once again deeply impressed by their courage and their leadership. And yet, as I was leaving Ukraine, it felt like I was leaving behind a friend in great peril. And therefore I'm convinced that we as a European community should do our utmost to help the Ukrainian people, to stand shoulder to shoulder, because their struggle for peace, freedom and sovereignty is ours. Unity and courage are the two crucial elements for the future of Ukraine, the EPP, Europe and society at large. And ladies and gentlemen, as this horrible war drags on, it is imperative to maintain the political solidarity within the European Union and within NATO. Let us not give Putin the opportunity. Let us not give Putin the opportunity to play us out one against another. Ladies and gentlemen, the ruins of Irpin today resemble in many ways the ruins of Rotterdam after May 1940. The grief is the same, and so should be the determination to rebuild the city, just as Rotterdam was rebuilt. In 1948, our then Queen Wilhelmina gave Rotterdam her official motto, "Stronger through effort." And that is exactly what we need to realize today. An ever stronger Europe, through effort. The war in Ukraine now lasts 96 days. And it is evident that this war is the single most important issue for our continent, today as well as tomorrow. Our relationships with the Kremlin has been fundamentally damaged. And the security situation on our continent has permanently changed. But even if the war were to end on a short notice, it would not change what has been going on in the world for some time. This confrontation is an extreme example of a broader reality, which will remain present and urgent for the decades to come. Our way of life is at stake. And so are fundamental values like security, civil rights, democracy, a free and independent press, and multilateral institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's face that reality. We are dealing with a showdown between democracy and autocracy, between the rule of law and the whims of dictatorship, between human rights and human oppression. And for that reason, this is the great endeavor for our generation of politicians, to uphold that great tradition of our Christian democratic ancestors, to stand up against injustice, against the dehumanization of people, and against the utter contempt of human rights that we currently see. Because history has shown us that appeasement and looking away is actually only making things worse. Friends, I grew up in the 70s and 80s, a period that was also regularly dictated by fear, summarized in one sentence: the Cold War. And as a child I noticed something big was going on, although of course I couldn't interpret it yet. Today, these feelings from that Cold War era are back, among both the elderly and the young, including my own children. And it makes me realize once again that indeed everything of value is defenseless. And it is up to our generation, it is truly up to our generation to defend them, in our own countries, in Europe, and through our engagement with the rest of the world. And it is also true for me, like for all of us, because I strongly believe that living together in peace and justice requires solidarity, reciprocity and the rule of law. Not just for some of our people in some of our countries some of the time, but for all of our people in all of our countries all of the time. And my dear friends, to determine our common course for a stronger Europe, we have to face these major challenges. I would like to thank you very much for being here today with us. This is the mission of the EPP, plain and simple. We need to think tomorrow, to defend all that is valuable to all our people, and to defend the European way of living, to make the big changes possible, as Ursula said, to be stronger through effort. Together we can build, and we should build, and we will build an ever stronger union. And I am proud, I am deeply proud to be part of this family. Together we will meet this challenge. Thank you very much, and I'm very much forward to seeing you again. Thank you.